It's a big world to explore, from our first foods to our first steps. So what we eat should be the best. Stunning Field Yo Baby, made perfect for tiny tummies.
Juror Glanville presiding.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
On the camera.
Well, hey, you're the boss when it comes to sound.
I just spoke. Everybody first and then come for church.
All right, just give me a second.
Okay.
Hey, Ham and Ingram. You need to leave me as the two red.
I'm the two red.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. So if you could do that for me, that'd be great. Chris, type something. Hey, great. Stop raising the roof. You're good. Hi, good morning, councils, interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al., 22 SC 1833572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Renard, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey, Mr. Matthews, Jr. and Sr., good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams. All right. Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning.
All right, so I need all of our jurors present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, anything, you ready with witnesses, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Steele, I'd like to have one morning where you don't rise to, and I just go ahead and can call my jury. Just one morning.
No, not today.
All right, not today. Okay, all right, okay, all right, not today. All right, just work on it, okay? All right, okay, what is it you want to tell me, sir?
Two things. One, we have no opposition.
Hold on, wait. Gotta watch the door, okay? All right, three things. One, you have no opposition to what, sir?
And we request, Officer Harris is going to be a witness. Your Honor, court instruct that his face not be videoed in the plain clothes of police officer. Ask me to make that request. I'm confident the state knows about that. And they,
Okay, has that been communicated to our members of the media?
I don't believe that.
Okay, well, okay. When's Mr. Harris going to testify?
I believe we're talking about Mr. Henry, Your Honor.
Mr. Henry?
It's okay. He will be witness number 5.
Okay, before we get to that, just remind me and I'll remind our members of the media.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's
Thank you,
one.
Mr. Steele, for that.
That's one. Okay, who else, sir? What else?
We have two motions. Mr. Greer, over objection, he's not a party here on this case before the South Court trial. But state, with the court permission, is going to introduce the 2020 incident. He's in a gas station parking lot, allegedly shot. And the law enforcement officers, is another person we got too. But I believe that law enforcement was under the belief that he's a convicted felon for murder. So they charged him with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. What I'd like the court to note and to order is that the officer is not being allowed to say that he is not a convicted felon. His most recent trial was actually granted, and he won that case in the Georgia Supreme Court to not a convicted felon. So I make a motion to exclude that convicted felon.
And this is in regards to, again, sir?
Marquavius Greer.
All right. And what's the incident date again?
2020, let me get my note. Mr. Harvey just voted September 5.
All right. Ms. Hilton, are you all intending to talk about that at all?
Your Honor, we'll instruct the officer not to
Mention anything about
now arrest him.
him being a convicted felon? Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that will be briefed. Which officer's going to testify about that?
That is going to be Officer Dwayne Thomas.
So you're going to have a conversation with Officer Thomas about that, right?
There were two officers actually, gentlemen.
Who's the other officer?
Investigator McKesey.
Investigator McKessick?
Yes,
McKesey.
McKesey?
Yes, sir.
All right, so both of those will be instructed accordingly, correct?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown's going to do that.
All right. 3?
The last one, Your Honor. This is regarding the 2015, it's an alleged armed robbery, Mr. Myrick and two other people who are not here, Your Honor, Mr. Matthews and Mr., I believe it is Price, are allegedly armed robbing a young lady. There's a gun put into her face, supposedly. There's a ring doorbell that's rang out, law enforcement does investigation, the arrest. Mr. Myrick is not on trial with the other two persons of his name. And supposedly, Mr. Myrick, as well as the other two people, pursuant to interrogation, they waived their Miranda rights, allegedly admitted that they are part of a criminal street gang, YSL, and that they were doing this armed robbery and other crimes to raise $25 to pay initiation. That's according to the belief, unless those witnesses testify, that would be a confrontation clause violation. It would not be part of any conspiracy. It would be, as you know, Stafford, which we cited earlier, quote, spilling the beans, or it doesn't come under the statute. Either way, it's a violation of the Constitution. So we would ask that the witnesses be instructed not to mention any interrogation of those three non-testifying parties.
Any,
Your Honor, if I could have a moment for that particular motion.
I would like to be able to.
Look up some case law. That act is going this afternoon. And so we just have a moment just to look.
is Mr. Who is the witness again, Mr. Steele? I'm sorry.
That's going to be
Mr.
Detective, or actually, Sergeant Logan, LOG.
And he's going to testify about the three people are again, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Myrick, who is in COVID-19.
Mr. Myrick, okay, but the other three, other two, is Mr. Myrick going to testify consistent with what you just told me about raising the $25? And he's a member of YSL?
To my knowledge, no.
All right,
He's a severed COVID-19.
okay,
The other two people are not on the state's witness list.
okay.
And that was again Mr. Matthews, like down the Careton, and then Mr. Price.
All right, so, Madam, you wish to have a little time to think about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I guess my question for you, you're planning on calling Myrick, or does that particular issue with, the issue with Matthews and Price, are they in any way charged in the indictment, or?
Matthews and Price are not charged in this indictment, and
Okay.
at this time, I think there's a decision being made on what media will be coming into evidence, and so I just want to get some clarity, because we might be able to resolve it if the media isn't coming in at all, or there's no intentions to bring in the media, so I just need to learn that information.
Okay, all right, well, we need to take that up accordingly before Sergeant Logan or testifies, okay?
Definitely, Your Honor.
All right, anything else, Mr. Steele? That's your three things.
That's right.
All right, anybody else? Okay, some of our jurors for us, Sergeant Ingram, thank you.
Oh, Your Honor, as they're coming in, may we approach briefly? It will take about 1.
Stop, just don't, I can't get granularity out of anybody, Sergeant Ingram. All right, come on up.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
I get the information as I walk back into the door.
Can I have a representative, please? Okay, it's talk radio. Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
That's on this wall right here.
It should be, so number 1.
Yeah, okay, all right. All right, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Sharon.
Anybody else? Okay, I think now we can summon our jurors, Sergeant Ingram. Christine, here's your recorder.
Mr. Kern, do we have share capabilities? All right. First, it'll be investigator.
Members of the media, our first witness and our fifth witness, Sergeant McKesey, and then there's a person by the name of Mr. Henry. If you could not film the two of them, just those two, McKesey and Radclif. So McKesey's our first witness, okay? All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir. All present accounted for.
Okay, all right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury.
Good morning.
All right, that's what I like to hear. A fully caffeinated, sugared up jury. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state calls investigator Stephen McKesey to the stand.
I summon investigator McKesey, please. All right, investigator McKesey, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please, before you sit down.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you hold truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
I see. State spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Investigator Stephen McKesey.
Good morning.
Spell it.
Last name, my first name is spelled S-T-E-P-H-E-N. Last name is M-C-K-E-S-E-Y.
Good morning, investigator McKesey.
Good morning.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where do you work?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
22 years.
And when did you start?
May 8th of 2001.
And what was your role when you first got started with AP?
Started as a recruit, and then I went to, when I finished completing my mandate school, I went to Zone 1 Patrol.
Okay. Okay, and to be sure, APD stands for Atlanta Police Department as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you held any other positions other than investigator since being with APD?
Yes, sir. As an officer, I was on audit theft task force. In 2008, I was promoted to investigator. I did general investigations. I went to narcotics as an investigator, ATO task force. Now I'm on a future unit by way of the U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And are you post certified?
Yes, I am.
And were you post certified on September 5th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
2022.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember working an extra job on Saturday, September 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And what kind of extra job is that?
So I was working in Zone 1 at the Zaxby's. It's a restaurant.
Okay. And how were you dressed for that job?
Per SOP, I was dressed in full Class A uniform.
And around what time did you finish your shift?
About 10:30, 11 o'clock.
And what's the address of the extra job?
It's 946 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
And where, if anywhere, did you go after you finished your shift?
I was headed southbound on 75, realized I needed some gas, so I got off on Cleveland Avenue and went to the Chevron on Cleveland Avenue.
Do you know the address of that Chevron?
221 Cleveland Avenue,
And what county is that Chevron located?
Fulton County.
And what type of vehicle were you traveling in?
I was in my city unmarked vehicle, which is a gray F-150, Ford F-150.
Okay. And are you familiar generally with the area of 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that?
Working Article Task Force, we would be assigned to that area to look for stolen vehicles. When I was doing narcotics undercover work, I numerous of times would purchase narcotics from that area. Also being on fugitive, we would get files with people that is wanted from that area, and I have to go around there and try to locate them.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you know generally about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
Basically, it's a known drug area with a lot of violence.
Hold on, stop.
I'm sorry.
What's your objection, sir?
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may I please confirm?
Yes.
Would you like us to approach?
You can approach. Oh, Billy, hold on. I'm gonna overrule my objection, Mr. Steele. I'm gonna overrule my ruling, okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection, okay?
So I'll restate the question. What do you know generally about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
It's a known drug area. There's a lot of different type of crimes that occur in that particular gas station address. It's also known for being a gang area as well.
Okay. And I am now going to show, with this court's permission, this witness exhibits 157N through 163N, which is still shots. With permission to approach, I will do so, Your Honor.
You said that you're gonna show 163 N to what through what?
157N, 158N, 159N, 160N, 161N, 162N, and 163N, Your Honor.
All right, you may approach, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKesey, after you've had a chance to look at what I presented you, I'll go back up, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what have I just handed you?
These are still shots of 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And how do you know what those are?
This is the night of the incident that we're discussing today.
Okay. And have those still images, do those still images accurately?
I'm sorry, may I have an opportunity to look at those photos?
Had you been provided them earlier?
I've not seen these.
All right,
I was going to get to the next inquiry.
okay, all right.
Sure.
Do you want to see them?
Sure, just a moment.
This is on Greer. Yes.
Your Honor, to be clear for the record, these are still just from the body count that were provided in the discovery for the defense counsel.
Okay.
Okay, and resuming the question, Investigator McKesey, do these still images from the body count accurately depict the events of September 5th, 2020, as you recall them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit states exhibits 157N through 163N into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, states 157N through 163N are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Investigator McKesey, either with the exhibits that have been admitted to evidence that are in front of you or looking at the screen, can you tell the jury what we're looking at this on this particular exhibit, 157N?
Right here, this is my truck. I was at the gas pump trying to get some gas. Of course, this is the Chevron in the middle. You have the fish and wing spot. Over here is a income tax place. And then over here is a corner that leads you to the back of the building. I'll explain why I said that later.
Okay. I do want to go back a few steps really quickly and further expound upon something you said earlier. Earlier you talked about 221 Cleveland Avenue being a gang area. What do you mean by that?
It has a reputation where there's a lot of gang activities going on where they sell drugs in that area. They seem like they hang out there to sell some of their narcotics.
Basis, say, overruled. Overruled. Okay, all right.
About how far is the 221 Cleveland Avenue area away from 151 Cleveland Avenue?
It's less than a mile.
Turning back to this picture, I would like to ask you, well, before we go into the picture a little further, could you tell the court what you remember about working that day of September 5th, 2020?
Well, I was off duty. Like I said, I was just getting some gas. That evening was kind of busy. There was a lot going on in that evening in the Atlanta area in general. Before I came here, I was involved in an incident over by my extra job.
Is that Mr. Steele?
Yeah, which one? Is that Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay, all right. What's your response?
Your Honor, we can say that it's relevant to the portion of this testimony. Okay.
Overruled.
So you may continue.
So I was involved in another incident in another area where there were shots fired in that particular area, which is near my exit job. Because of that reason, I had to keep my uniform on. Normally I would take it off, but I kept my uniform on at that time. I also had to have a different kind of firearm with me to protect myself in that incident. When I left that area, I came over I was going 75 southbound, where I noticed I needed some gas. So I stopped at this particular gas station, which is closer to the freeway. I pulled up to a pump, noticed that the pump was broken. Noticed there was a lot of people. When I first pulled in, there was a lot of people in the area. Then I went over to the pump closer to the restaurant, where I noticed there was candles, like they had a candlelight vigil in that area. And then I also noticed a whole bunch of people was congregating. One particular vehicle struck my attention at the time, which was a red sedan. Inside the red sedan, there was a lot of lighting in the area, but inside the red sedan, I saw a guy sitting in a passenger seat with a rifle. The rifle was sitting, it seemed like he was holding a rifle. You could see the butt stock of the rifle. Even at one time he had lifted the rifle up and you could see the actual barrel of the rifle. So I was able to tell it was some kind of AK-47 rifle, style rifle. I then noticed a lot of commotion going on. All of a sudden, a white sedan pulls up. The sedan parks next to the red sedan. At that point, I still kept my eyes on the person in the red sedan because of the rifle aspect of it. All of a sudden, this older gentleman comes out of the store. He started cussing, using profanity, talking about he's gonna kill somebody.
So let's unpack some of what you discussed just now. So with the exhibit that is on the screen, can you point to the red sedan that you said that you saw the individual with the rifle style firearm located?
So it's parked over by the fish and wing spot back then, and it has its lights on.
And I will just allow you to know that that screen is a smart screen, and I believe if you touch it, it will annotate where you're talking about.
Okay, it's actually right here.
Yes. Okay, so that car is close to that white sedan by that fish spot, is that where you were pointing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many people were in that vehicle when you saw it?
It was 2 at the time.
Okay. And at that time, after you observed that, well, earlier you stated that you had a firearm.
Yes, sir.
What type of firearm did you have?
I had my handgun that I normally carry, and also I had a AR-15 rifle, which is also city issued.
When you went to that location, were you working in an undercover capacity?
No, I wasn't.
Were you looking for anyone particularly?
No, I wasn't.
Were you in any way, shape, or form there for any other than gas?
No.
And you indicated earlier that there was an older gentleman. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Earlier you stated that he was saying something. Can you describe what those things that you heard?
Yes, sir. He was ranting, he said, "I'm gonna kill this motherfucker." That's pretty much what I heard. He continued just to rant, just the one that stuck out. He said, "I'm gonna kill this motherfucker."
What did the other people around in that environment appear to be doing?
They were just looking at him. Again, at the time, they were just looking at him, just watching him rant.
Okay. Just briefly overview. Why did you move your vehicle from the first pump that you parked at?
The pump wasn't working.
Okay. And after moving your vehicle from the first pump, how did you position your vehicle?
Facing the actual store.
Based on this picture that is in evidence, was your vehicle facing the red Honda that you're looking at?
Directly in front of Red Honda, yes, sir.
All right. And so with this, from this vantage point, it was very easy for you to see into that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after you observed the man ranting that you described, what else, if anything, did you observe?
That's when I saw the white Malibu pull up and back in.
And based on this picture that is in evidence already, can you point to the jury where that vehicle, the white Malibu that you're describing, is located?
Yes, sir. The vehicle's backed in front of the fish and wing place.
Okay. Is that to the left of this screen?
On the left, correct.
And who was in that vehicle that backed in when you described?
It was a driver. It was a passenger and a backseat passenger who later I was able to identify as Quintavious Greer.
Okay. And when we get to that, can you describe in total how many people were in that vehicle? For
3.
Okay. And I'm going to reclaim these and allow you to use that screen. Just briefly. And right in front of us is exhibit 158N. Can you describe for the jury what that is that we're looking at in this particular vantage point?
This is the same area where the white vehicle was backed in front of the restaurant, the fish and wing restaurant.
Okay. Do you see a gray truck in this exhibit?
Yes, that's my gray truck.
And is that white sedan that you were speaking about in front of this visual wing spot, the one that you paid attention to particularly that night?
I started paying attention to, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe, based on your vantage point, what if anything you observed the occupants of that vehicle of the white sedan to be doing?
So at the time, I guess the older male was, going through his renting, and all of a sudden I see the driver get out of the vehicle and hand the old male a firearm. At that point, I saw Mr. Greer exit out the backseat passenger side with a firearm in his hand.
Did you observe these individuals get out of the vehicle only one time?
No, sir.
Okay. How many times did they get out of the vehicle?
The driver got out the vehicle twice, and Mr. Greer got out the vehicle twice.
Okay. So let's go through the first exiting from the white sedan. When they exited the white sedan the first time, can you describe for the jury what you observed?
So the first time, the driver gets out the vehicle, approached the older male, and hands him a firearm. Mr. Greer exits out his vehicle, out the same vehicle in the backseat passenger side, and had a gun in his hand.
And did anything occur after that?
At that point, Mr. Greer puts the firearm in his waistband and sits back down in the vehicle. The driver walks back towards the vehicle, also sits down in the vehicle. At that point, the old man rushes towards the front of the door as if he was going inside of the Chevron. He walks inside and comes right back outside. He began still, cussing. It seemed like he was under influence. He also began waving the handgun in the air, saying he's gonna shoot all these motherfuckers. At that point, the driver then goes back out the vehicle, grabs the gun from the old man, and go out back to the vehicle. And that's when I see Mr. Greer get out the vehicle and start walking towards the income tax place.
All right. Were you able to get, let me ask you this. Was there anything about that, what you observed that drew your attention to that man running with the gun?
It's just a man running with the gun, and he was, there were, besides the man running with the gun, but also, like I said, I was able to, me looking at it and keep my eyes on it, I was able to describe to people in general what they were doing.
Were you concerned for the overall safety of people in that environment based on what you observed?
Yes, sir.
Is that what prompted you to come out of off-duty mode and become more active as
I stand this.
I'll refer to you.
Okay.
What, if anything, did you observe caused you to do at that point?
So basically, due to those innocent people in the area, I felt that I needed to act on it so nobody was get hurt, nobody would get hurt. I got on my city issue radio, asked for backup. I then waited, kept observation on the individuals to make sure they didn't act the way I thought they was going to act, which at that point, when backup showed up, which made me approach the situation more further, investigate the situation more further.
Okay. And when you, when you began to use your radio, what, if anything, did you call out?
I gave the description of the individuals that had the firearm. I also gave a brief synopsis of what happened at that moment, why I was acting the way I was acting. Again, like I said, I stayed in a position so I could keep eyes on everybody until backup showed up.
In your opinion, was there a large group of people outside?
Yeah, there was a lot of people in that area.
All right, looking at Exhibit 159N, which has been admitted, can you tell the jury what you see here?
I see the same area, 221 Cleveland Avenue. This is directly in front of the the Chevron, the food mart of the Chevron. To the right is the income tax place. At this point, there was a whole bunch of people just hanging out. You could tell they weren't trying to get gas. They were just hanging out.
And here, what do you see?
This is 221 Cleveland Avenue. On this side of the picture of the 221 Cleveland is the income tax business. These are people that were all congregating on that side of the income tax place. Again, they were just hanging out for that reason.
Okay. I want to turn back to some of the things you said earlier for clarification. Earlier, you stated that you saw Mr. Greer with a firearm. Can you just...
Dude, you coming?
Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max Gels Cold and Flu Relief with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Turn to the vehicle. Did they get back in?
Yeah, for a second.
Okay.
And then that's when they exit back out and walk towards the income tax place.
And did all of the occupants that returned exit their vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And at which point they exited the vehicle, did they have those firearms still with them?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to see them?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically with Mr. Greer, were you able to see it?
Yes, I did.
Where did he have it?
In his waistband.
Okay. When you say in his waistband, are you talking about in the front or back?
In the front.
Okay. And earlier you stated that you provided a description of those individuals, those three individuals in that white Malibu. Can you provide that, what you relayed to the jury?
Yes. So the driver was wearing all black. He seemed like he had some kind of rhinestones on his jacket. The passenger, backseat passenger, was wearing a stonewashed jean jacket with a red cap, and the passenger was wearing a red hoodie sweater.
Okay. And Mr. Greer, what was he wearing?
A jean jacket, stonewashed style jean jacket with a red hat or cap.
Okay. And did you ever get a description of the older man?
Yes, he had on a white t-shirt that had blood on his shirt.
Like, where was the blood located?
In front of, like, this abdomen area.
Did it appear like he had recently been injured?
Yes, sir.
And after you observed the older male with the firearm waving it in the air, what did he do with that firearm?
He gave it to the driver who was wearing the black.
The driver of what?
Of the white vehicle.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what that firearm looked like?
That was a black firearm as well, a black handgun.
Okay. Brief indulgence, Sharon.
All right, sir.
The second time that these three occupants of the white Malibu exited, can you describe for the jury what you observed them to do?
So the backseat passenger and the driver exit out the white vehicle. The passenger stayed in the vehicle at that moment. Then they walked towards the income tax place, which is on the other side of the plaza of 221 Cleveland. And I think, again, I was able to see the handgun still on all of them,
Okay.
on both of them.
Okay, and specifically for clarity, can you describe the seating of those in the white Malibu?
So you had the driver wearing all black with the rhinestones, the front passenger wearing the sweatshirt hoodie, backseat passenger wearing a jean jacket, stonewash style jean jacket with a red cap.
Was it the individual wearing the stonewash jacket that walked out the second time to the west end of that plaza?
Yes, sir.
And earlier you stated that you radioed. Did you ever call for assistance?
Yes, I did.
And can you acknowledge or what can you tell the jury did additional units come?
Yes, they did.
And when I say units, what am I referencing?
The Zone 3 patrol units or CSU units.
Okay. And when the Zone 3 patrol units arrived, what, if anything, occurred at that time?
When he told me they arrived on the radio, I exited out my vehicle. I saw the passenger exit out the vehicle. Who was still sitting in the vehicle. I addressed him to tell him to show me his hands. When I realized I didn't see anything on his possession, I went towards where I saw the two occupants, the driver and the backseat passenger, walk to. I then told the officers to link up with me, gave them a description of who I was looking for, and we approached that particular person in general. The driver decided to continue, when he noticed that police was arriving, he decided to continue to walk away from the plaza and run away from the area.
Okay, and was there anyone detained as a result of additional units showing up?
Yeah, so once I gave him the description of the backseat passenger who also had a black firearm, myself and the patrol officers made the approach. I gave verbal commands to the subject. I told him to get on the ground, show me his hands. He complied, laid on the ground. That's when Officer Thomas went and put handcuffs, detained him. I told him to go ahead and detain him. And also, I told him to look for the handgun that I saw him having.
Why was the backseat passenger detained?
Because he was one of the ones that had the handgun walking towards the crowd of people, and I wanted to make sure that, I wanted to detain him based on what I saw. To further investigation of the scenario.
You did that for safety?
For safety reasons, correct.
And after the backseat passenger, well, let me back up. Whatever happened with the front seat passenger of the white Mountain?
The front seat passenger, he walked away, but then he ended up coming towards where we were to try to, I guess, talk to us about, why we have Mr. Green in handcuffs.
Was whatever happened with the front, with the driver of the white Mountain?
He ran away from the area.
Was he ever located?
No, sir.
After the backseat passenger was detained, was he searched?
Yes, he was.
Why was he searched?
To locate the firearm for safety reasons.
Okay, and after that firearm was located, where was it found in his person?
In his waistband, the front part of the waistband.
And was the firearm that was located on his person the same that you saw him walking with initially?
Yes, sir.
Who was the officer that actually recovered the firearm?
Officer Thomas.
And was there ever a time that how did you come to learn the identity of Mr. Green?
After we received the information, I wrote the information down. I then did my own investigation by running his information and pulling his driver's license information.
Okay. And after he was detained, did you investigate the firearm that was in his possession?
Mr. Officer Thomas ran the information. I did run the information as well. Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, and just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
after you looked the driver's license information up, was there a picture that came up?
Yes.
And did that picture match the person that you had observed on the night of September 5th, 2020, in the back of the white Malibu?
Yes, sir.
When the gun was ran through the system, what if anything came up?
The firearm came up, reported stolen.
Where was it reported?
That part I can't remember, sir.
Would you like to, is there anything that will refresh your recollection?
Report.
Thank you. Now marking for identification purposes.
I have it right here, sorry, my notes.
You cannot read it. Just one second. Now,
Hold on. You have an objection? I'm sorry?
I believe the state is asking hearsay.
I think, I'm gonna overrule your objection. I think he's trying to refresh recollection this time, okay?
Yeah, perfect.
You may.
And it has been marked as State's Exhibit 200R. What is the question? Now, Court, can you state the last question?
Gonna take a look at the document. Where was it reported stolen? That part I can't remember, sir. Would you like?
That's the question I believe is asking for hearsay. You understand that?
Can you turn the microphone on? I'm sorry, can you turn your microphone on?
Your Honor, we understand that the witness is refreshing his recollection with the report, but what he's refreshing his recollection about is hearsay. And that's our objection.
Can you respond, Mr. Brown?
The state's position is that he also investigated on his own about firearms. So
All right. At this point in time, I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. I'm overruling your objection.
just want to see the document, sure.
Okay, all right.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, you may.
And also, may I also add for the record, Your Honor, confrontation clause as well.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Still overruled. Thank you.
Now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 200R.
Yes.
Look at the report and upon having your memory refresh, you can look at it.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
Clayton County, October 30th, 2017.
I want to ask you, follow back with a question as it relates to the area where you were located that evening. Is that area a known gang? Is within that area a known gang? Is there a gang that is known frequently within that area?
Objection foundation.
I sustain the objection. You need to lay some more foundation, sir.
Earlier you testified about your knowledge of the 221 Cleveland Avenue area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you indicated that you are aware of that, aware of that happenings in that area.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that, is it fair to say that you're based on your testimony that is not?
Staying as the form of the question.
What do you know to be the activity around if any, the activity around the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
A lot of drug activity. It's a high crime area. We consider it a high crime area in Atlanta. There's also a lot of gang involvement in that area as well.
speaking to that gang involvement that you just mentioned, is there a known gang that is in or about that area of 221 Cleveland on your foundations?
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Yes, there's a known gang called YSL.
No further questions.
Cross. Matthew Senior, go right ahead, sir.
Investigator McKesey. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. My name is Careton Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey. Can you look around the courtroom and tell me if you see Quantavious Greer in this courtroom?
He was sitting over there, but I don't know who he's sitting on now.
He was sitting in over here today?
Looked like someone that was sitting over there.
Can you point him out? And
I mean, I don't see anybody now. I don't see him now.
you believe you saw Mr. Greer this morning?
Yes, sir.
Where did you believe you saw him sitting?
Next to the light-skinned dude.
The light-skinned dude? Okay. What was he wearing?
A suit.
What color was the suit?
A dark colored suit.
Did he have on a tie?
Yes, sir.
What color was the tie?
I'm not familiar with the color of the tie.
When did you see him in the courtroom?
They look alike. If that wasn't him, I'd have to see that person again, but let's see. Oh, no, that's not him. It looks like him. They favor.
Okay. You're talking about Attorney Gardner?
Yeah, they favor. They look like they be brothers.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to make sure I understand the events of May 8th, 2020. Can you pull up Exhibit 1, piece of evidence 157N? So we're looking at the food mart, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Building?
No, sir.
You're looking at the parking lot, the surface of the parking lot. Do you see any tagging or gang graffiti on any of the parking area?
No, sir.
On the side of the building, we saw some photos on the side of the buildings. Did you see any gang YSL graffiti on that building?
You saw on the side of the building?
Yes.
I can't see the side of the building.
There were some photos in here. Did you recall maybe taking any photographs or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Any gang graffiti on this particular gas station building?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, so you got off from a private work detail at a Zaxby's in another part of the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you needed gas, and you got off on the expressway, and you went over to this particular gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw, you moved from one pump to another pump, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw what you described as a red vehicle with an individual seated inside of that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw a rifle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you testified that from the vantage point that you were able to determine that rifle was an AK-47
Style. Right.
style. Okay. Was that rifle ever recovered?
No, sir.
Okay. Why wasn't it recovered?
They want to invade their rights.
Okay, you didn't want to infringe upon their rights, so they had a right to have that particular weapon in their possession?
I mean, yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't make any arrest of the person with the rifle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle was a part of a gang, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle used that rifle on the premises of the Chevron, correct?
Correct.
No one inside the Chevron called law enforcement and said, hey, there's a guy with a rifle in a red vehicle, and I would ask that you all remove him from our premises, correct?
Correct.
You had not gotten any calls from any disturbances that had occurred at the Chevron this particular evening, correct?
No, sir.
Even this person that you said you heard ranting, if you would, with a gun in his hand. No manager inside the food mart, no employee, no citizen or anyone called 911 saying that this person was creating a disturbance, correct?
Well, my radio was turned off because I was off. So they did call 911. That's something we have to contact communications to get that information.
And any follow-up that you did in this case, you did not document that any 911 calls had ever been made concerning any disturbances at this particular food mart, correct?
I didn't look that particular part of the investigation up. Again, if you contact communications, you can see if there was some kind of call for service at that time.
But that's something that you did not do, correct?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay. You said that there were a large number of people out there that particular evening, but that's because there's a police presence and you guys were doing an investigation and people were pretty much just looking around, right?
When I first got there was no police there. There was just a whole lot of people congregating in the area, not getting gas. My choice of pumps was limited because of that. So it was just weird that night.
Okay. And no one was cited for loitering, correct?
Again, you have to contact communication, get that information.
You didn't cite anyone for loitering, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that the people in the white vehicle, the driver had on all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see any type of gang paraphernalia on the person in the all black, correct?
Correct.
The person that you described with the red hoodie, you didn't document in your report that the person who had a red hoodie on had a red hoodie on that was associated with any type of gang activity, correct?
Right.
It was just a red hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this older male that you said had blood on his T-shirt, there's nothing about your investigation that determined that this person that had blood on their T-shirt had been injured with respect to any type of criminal activity, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know why the person had blood on their shirt, correct?
Correct.
Could have been from working, right?
Not that fresh of a blood.
Could have been from a fall,
Yeah, it
correct?
could have been from a fall. Yes, sir.
And the person that you said had this firearm, this older gentleman, you stated that he was under the influence, right?
Yes, sir.
Had been drinking. He was pretty much probably a drunk with a gun, right?
Seemed like it. Yes, sir.
And the person who was in this vehicle who retrieved the weapon from the older gentleman actually providing safety to that property by removing the gun from a drunk correct?
Well, he gave the gun to a drunk first.
Okay, he got it back.
So no, he wasn't providing safety.
Okay, he got it back though, right?
He was getting it back.
Okay, and there was no issue with that gun. Nobody fired any weapon, right?
Thank God.
But it didn't happen though, right?
Correct.
Okay. No one used the weapon to do a robbery or anything of that nature, correct?
They used the weapon for act assault, brandishing a firearm, try to shoot somebody. So there was a crime.
So they tried to get shot that night?
The way he was ranting, saying he wanted to kill somebody and a specific person, he had the firearm in his possession to go do it, but he didn't do it.
Did anyone come forward, investigator McKesey, and say, hey, this old guy with a gun pointed at me and I was in fear of my safety? Did anyone come to you and say that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anyone come to any other officer that you're aware of and say that?
I'm aware of.
Did you have an opportunity to order up the camera surveillance from this food mart that particular evening?
No, sir.
As part of an investigation to determine whether or not there had been an aggravated assault or anything of that nature, it would have been good common police work to retrieve the cameras from the food mart, right?
Well, my observation was first. So I was able to see the aggravated assault in my observation.
You saw an aggravated assault?
Yeah. When you have a gun in your hand and you saying you're going to kill somebody, whoever that victim was is the person that he was committing the aggravated assault to.
Did you reference in your report anywhere within the four corners of the number of pages that you created that particular evening that there was an aggravated assault that had been committed against anyone?
I described what the aggravated assault was.
Did you describe in your report that an aggravated assault had been committed?
I gave the description of the action of the aggravated assault in my report, but I didn't say specifically it was aggravated assault.
That's because an aggravated assault actually requires a victim, correct?
It does.
And you didn't reference in your report that there was any victim of an aggravated assault, correct?
There was a description that I described as an aggravated assault, which caused me to act the way I acted. So I need to prevent the aggravated assault.
Okay,
So I think I prevented it.
let me make sure I'm clear. So you're saying you referenced an attempt crime in your report as opposed to a completed crime? I just want to make sure I'm
Yes, sir.
understanding.
Yes, sir.
So that the jury's clear and I'm clear, you never saw an aggravated assault occur on the date of this incident at the Chevron, correct?
There's different type of aggravated assault, sir.
I'm just going to ask you to answer the question and then you can explain. All right? So if you can give me a yes or no to the question, you're free to explain any way that you choose. I'm going to re-ask the question. On the night of this incident at this gas station, did you see a completed aggravated assault occur?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you didn't reference a male as being a victim of an ag assault, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
I specifically asked you with respect to a gender.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, Investigator McKesey, you indicated that you detained Quintavious Greer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You stated that this person had a stonewashed jacket and a red cap. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not reference that Mr. Greer was associated with any gang in your report, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, Investigator McKesey, you did not document in your report that you were going to make any type of referral to the gang unit within the APD, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there was nothing about this particular incident that caused you to reference in any way gang activity, correct? In your report.
You really want me to answer that question?
Well, I'm asking you, in the report that you prepared, I'm asking you, did you reference any gang activity
No, sir.
in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicate that you detained Mr. Greer because you said it was for safety, but Mr. Greer, he never waved a gun at anyone, did he?
He had the gun in his hand.
Right, but he never waved it at anyone, right?
You don't have to wave a gun to have a gun in it to do that.
And no one walked away from him as though they were afraid because he had a gun in his hand, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you detained him because he had a gun in his hand, and as a result of that, he complied, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't run away from you.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false name.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false date of birth.
No, sir.
You said lay down on the ground, he laid down.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, you stated that you retrieved this handgun from his waistband?
Yeah.
Okay. And the front seat passenger that was in the same vehicle as Mr. Greer didn't try to run, correct?
No, sir.
That person came actually to you and was basically trying to understand what was happening, right?
Yes, sir.
That person didn't give you a false name, right?
I didn't ask for his name.
So you didn't ask, so this was a scenario where you didn't even ask for his identity, correct?
No, sir.
And that wasn't important for you to establish anything about that particular passenger, because had there been any issue in your mind as to that passenger, you certainly would have asked him for his name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though he was with Mr. Greer, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you were there at this particular location, the food mart, you did not see any drug sales take place, did you?
I saw some drugs, but not no drug sales.
Okay. You see stolen vehicles happen on premises that particular evening, correct?
I didn't run any tags, so.
Yes. And Just 1 second, indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else cross? Redirect, madam. Or sir, I should say. Redirect. Hold on, Mr. Steele rose.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Investigator, any of the persons that you saw on September 5 of 2020, any of them here in this courtroom that you recall?
No, sir.
Okay. And you know I represent Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sir?
You know I represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, right?
Okay.
And he wasn't at the scene, was he?
No, sir.
When you mentioned and you described the area, in Cleveland Avenue area, that area, how long have you been familiar with this area?
Since 2005.
And is that from doing business in the area, like stopping for gas, as well as patrolling the area?
Yes, all the above.
Okay. And is it correct to say that tragically the area is poverty stricken?
Objection.
I'm not about to answer that.
Objection. Relevant.
I'll rule the objection.
I'm not going to answer. That's disrespecting that community.
Okay, well, how would you describe the income level in that community?
A little foundation, Mr. Steele, if you want to ask him that.
Do you have a belief on the level of income in that area?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm going to sustain the question as to form. It's still, it still kind of misses the mark, Mr. Steele.
Do you believe that that area has a lot of crime?
Yes, sir.
And does that area have any type of flourishing houses? You know, the housing market there? Is there a lot of homeless there?
Sir, again, I'm not going to disrespect that community.
I'll sustain this to form. You can break that down, Mr. Steele.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar that that McDonald's is today out of business?
Yes, sir.
And it's still the structure there, though. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
And if I showed you photographs from when the McDonald's was there, do you think you could recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what I'll mark as number 3.
I think this is yours first.
Okay.
So if you want to put
DW1.
Yes. At this time, the state's going to object to this relevance of not relevant to the reason for which investigator is here.
It's on cross-examination. It's the rules are not bound by what the state asks them on direct.
No, it's just, well, toward down the scope rule, still got to be relevant, though.
It'll be relevant.
I'll give you a little bit of latitude. We'll rule for now, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Going to approach you, if I may. Tell me if you recognize what I've marked as Mr. Williams' number 1.
Yes, that's Old Hill and Cleveland Avenue intersection. It's the McDonald's that's at the intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of when the McDonald's was in business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that address to be 150 Cleveland Avenue?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that often. The number, I knew that's McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
How close is that area to the food market?
Less than a block.
All right. Now, do you remember that McDonald's in 2014, January 2015, had video surveillance?
Yes.
Okay,
I
and,
object, Your Honor. This is not relevant whatsoever.
No, rule that, Mr. Brown.
and did it have video surveillance?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Talking about what had video surveillance, sir?
The McDonald's, sir, 2014 going into January 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it routine, typical, trained that if you get information about, let's say, something involving the parking lot of the McDonald's in Mr. Williams #1, and it had to be corroborated or looked into whether people were there on a certain day and time, do law enforcement have the ability to go and either request or subpoena that video surveillance from the McDonald's?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Were you involved in any way with confirming or not confirming statements made to law enforcement, specifically Detective Thorpe, on January 11th of 2015 about people at McDonald's?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for a continued objection since I'm
I'll note it for you, sir. It'll be continued objection.
But if information came out to Detective Thorpe and others that on January 11, 2015, that on January 10th, 2015, there were people in that McDonald's, video surveillance could have been gathered if law enforcement wanted to.
objection. This is fast-time evidence, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain it. We haven't really heard anything on that.
Tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, how easy is it to get video surveillance?
It's hard sometimes to get on the business.
How about subpoena power?
It's still kind of complicated because you have to give it to maybe to a corporate office.
Tell the jurors.
It's kind of complicated in some way because you have to ping it to the corporate office and they have to send you the videos depending on the business. This one could have been easier. It could have been hard.
How about a search warrant? I'm doing a search warrant.
I mean, again, it's just time consuming. I mean, all we have to do is fill out the proper private calls and we'll get the information, get the subpoenas, the search warrant signed.
And you as a law enforcement officer try to do that. That's commonplace, right?
This place?
Getting surveillance, if it's important.
If it's important towards my case, yes, sir.
It's just a checklist, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams #1, and I'd like to display it to the jurors. I'm sorry?
Name objection to DW1.
No, Your Honor.
Are DW1s admitted and may be published? Mr. Steele, do you want to publish it yourself or?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to do it for you, but, because I'm sitting up here, but you can certainly do it if you'd like, okay? Because you asked permission to publish, so. I'm telling you.
Get the link, but I could do it. Say, Shaq is getting the link. Mr. Kokomo is getting the link.
Okay.
But if not, Your Honor, I could just pass it around to the jurors.
I think he's in right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and investigator, just orient the jurors if you don't mind. And Mr. Kokomo using the arrow, just show the jurors where the McDonald's is located, the actual McDonald's, not just a sign.
The McDonald's is located right here at the corner.
And Mr.
Cleveland Avenue, Old Hayville.
Say, I apologize, stepped on your words. Cleveland Avenue and what?
And Old Hayville.
Okay, and Mr. Kokomo's circling the McDonald's. Is that fair to say that that's the area? No, the actual structure?
Where he circled it at, sir. I don't see it.
See that area that he
Yeah,
circled?
that's it.
Okay. And then across from it, do you recognize to the left, that other structure, is that a laundromat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that laundromat there also in year 2013, 14, 15? If you remember.
I don't know if the business was actually the same business, but I know it was there.
The structure.
The structure was there, yeah.
Okay. And then where, in relation to this McDonald's, would the location that you were talking about with the jurors be? Would it be to the left on Mr. Williams number 1 or to the right?
You mean where I saw Mr. Greer?
Yes, yes.
To the right.
Okay.
If we're facing McDonald's, it'd be to the right.
Okay, on our picture.
Going westbound.
Okay. And across the street from the McDonald's, you can see, is that another gas station?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember which business that is? Which gas station?
It's a BP gas station.
And does that area also have video surveillance?
Not sure, sir.
Okay, that's okay. The laundromat, does that have video surveillance?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, investigator.
Thank you.
Okay, any other examination by any counsel for the defense? All right, any redirect?
Yes, just.
Can we, all right, you still need to use this?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it up. Okay.
All right, so let's talk about some of the things that just came out. As to Mr. Greer, can you provide his date of birth?
I have to reference him.
Sure, you may reference it and look back up when you finish.
Date of birth is January 9th, 1989.
And let's go back to this particular exhibit that is on the screen. Excuse me.
DW1, sir?
DW1. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
What is this address? Do you know the address of that McDonald's?
Not off of memory, no.
Is that McDonald's within the same vicinity of the gas station that you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Was that McDonald's relevant to the incident for which you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
How far is that McDonald's from 151 Cleveland? How far is that McDonald's from 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Less than a block.
Okay. Were you focused on any surveillance footage from a McDonald's that did not exist at that time on September 5th, 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. Was it relevant at all for what you were handling on that day?
No, sir.
Was a Detective Thorpe involved in any way on your on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
Your Honor, we still need that picture. We weren't done with that. It's it. DW1.
Oh, you want it back up again?
Yes, yes.
All right, Ms. Coco, can you put DW1 up, please, again, sir? Thank you, sir.
Are you familiar with that Exxon gas station or that BP gas station?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of what that is now?
Trying to picture. I've seen it recently, like within the last couple of days. I can't remember.
You can talk into the mic, please.
I've seen it within the last couple of days, but I think it's still a gas station. I don't know what kind of name it is. They change up so much.
Okay. But
Structure's still there, and nothing changed.
is it fair to say that? Is it fair to say that it is not what it once was?
No.
Okay. Do you know when that McDonald's closed?
No, sir. I can't remember. I know it was recent. I was surprised.
Okay. Just briefly, Your Honor. to September 5th, 2020, did you know Marquavius?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of any, I'll strike that now, hold it. I want to put back up State's Exhibit number 160 in.
All right, sir, if you could take that down. DW1, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Earlier, you on the rec, you stated that there were a large amount of people outside. Does this exhibit reflect what you saw on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And based on the number of people outside, let's turn back to the older gentleman. You stated that the older gentleman had a firearm and he was waving it in the air, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on what you observed at that time, did you have any other concerns at that time?
Can you?
Any other concerns in that area at that time?
There was a. Yeah, I'll sustain this survey. You can rephrase, sir.
What was your focus when you observed the man with the firearm waving in the air that appeared to be intoxicated?
I wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to use that firearm recklessly.
Okay. And roughly how many people were outside? Well, let's turn back. Defense asked you a lot. Earlier, Mr. Matthews asked you a few questions about the man in the area, the older man. When the older man indicated with the firearm that I am going to shoot these motherfuckers, what then went through your mind?
Say again? Who was that? Ms. Westmoreland, well, you have an objection? Basis? I'll sustain this form. You can rephrase.
Is it fair to say that you said
I sustain the question, Mr. Form.
when you heard the older man make that statement, what were you thinking at that point?
That he was going to shoot somebody.
And how much time passed between the time that that firearm was brandished and the time that Zone 3 officers responded to that area?
They responded within 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And I want to ask you just a few more questions. You said that you saw drugs that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of drugs did you see?
It was marijuana.
Okay. Did you have to make reference to gang activity based on the facts that you knew at that time? Objection, self-service.
I'll sustain it, Mr. Form.
Did you make reference to any gang activity?
No, sir.
Why not? Objection, self-service.
No, I'll allow that, Mr. Matthews. Oh.
Why not?
Reason being is because during that time, my investigation was dealing with an active shooter situation.
Is it your responsibility to take out gang warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. And earlier, Mr. Matthews made a commentary about graffiti and asked you some questions about graffiti and YSL possible posting. How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area that you were in on September 5th, 2000? Your Honor, ask and answer.
Overruled.
An objection, Your Honor. Attorney Matthews is not making commentary.
Okay, I'll overrule that.
We can go ahead and answer.
Just rephrase your question, okay?
Sure, yeah.
All right.
How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area?
Based on my investigations that I've had in the past, my experience in that area.
You got a check drawer. He didn't reference any of this in his report. He didn't make any arrests for it.
Oh, sir.
Based on my experience, again, I've interaction with different individuals in that area. They were documented as YSL members.
All right, Your Honor, no further questions.
Any recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Investigator McKesey, to be clear, you didn't reference anything in your report arising from this incident relevant to YSL, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anybody else?
See the report that, the investigator has in front of him, Your Honor?
I mean, hold on. You mean states 200R? Yeah, you can come and look at it, sure.
Investigator, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Can I see the report that you're looking at? Is that what you put?
That's what I brought, yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a question, and thank you. That states 200R, is it correct, right?
Romeo.
Romeo, that's right. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that included in what you brought up with you when you came to testify? It's by your left hand?
Yes.
Same report there?
Yes, sir.
About 8 lines down in that report.
Which report?
200R as well as what you brought. It's page 2.
Okay.
Does it say, no, it's page 2 is the number. It's on the first page.
Okay.
Doesn't that inform us that the back passenger actually disarmed the drunk man with the gun?
This is not my report, but yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any further examination, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
All right, at this point in time, may Investigator McKesey be permanently temporarily excused witness?
Yes, Your
Permanent?
Honor. Yes.
Okay. Investigator McKesey, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about almost 11:45-ish. And since you haven't taken a break, how about we do this? How about I go ahead and just break right now for lunch? And you all can come back at 1 o'clock. How's that sound? Okay, and then we'll probably work until probably about 3:30-ish or thereabouts, and then we'll recess for the day, okay? All right, remember my admonitions I've given you, and if you should leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock, and once all 17 of you are here, we'll reconvene, okay? All right, all rise. he's already at the door. I said, all right, he was saving already moving toward the door. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my jury is just, please proceed. Okay, anything before we go to lunch?
Nothing from the station.
Anything from anybody else? Okay, all right, we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock, and as soon as everybody's back, we'll go ahead and get started, and we'll probably recess today about 3:30. So, I knew it was too good. Mr. Harvey, what is it? Oh, yes, absolutely, sir. Okay, all right. Okay, we're in recess.
What's up, guys? Another quiet morning. We had some good cross. I was just able to get that clip out of the cop being like, oh yeah, he's sitting right over there. That was kind of a classic moment. But I mean, in the end, the idea that that was like some huge effective cross-examination, I mean, is the jury even going to remember that later? But it sets the tone for everything, you know, and it makes them look kind of silly. But it does look like Greer, when I looked at the original or the superseding indictment from August, Greer was charged in the case. He's just obviously not on trial. How's it going, Big Jen? Thanks for saying hi. Glad everybody's able to tune in. These East Coast time is on us. So I was going to see if Rosenberg is around. Attorney Rosenberg, we could talk to him for a little bit. Although I frankly just want to just go get a coffee. There's nothing even really to talk about. And I've got a bunch of like real work to do too. Just kind of commentary on this trial isn't that interesting, but I definitely want to keep streaming it and get it organized. And the big thing is having it be indexed. I want to index the testimony so people can just go to the stream real quick and get it on. Yeah, I mean, as Jen said, it's like having it on as a podcast. It's fun to have it on in the background, but I gotta make sure I'm doing other stuff. Like I thought that story that I did on the YouTuber was good. There's some other stories too. And I gotta say, I had to tweet about the Jonathan Major stuff because of course everybody's asking about that. It's like, dude, it's because it's a celebrity. I mean, there's so many court reporters that are covering it. I hope you guys are like watching their reporting, and there's a ton of malicious bad actors. Like clearly it's being funded by something, but there's this whole breed of YouTube people who just get their rocks off on bashing journalists and saying that, you know, oh, you're not getting the real story in the courtroom. And, you know, I have a legal background. Here's my analysis. And they don't seem to realize that they are not the jury. Like all the people who are saying that, you know, I don't think there's really that many people saying that, but I saw some reports saying that like Grace Jabari is, you know, thrown away the whole case yesterday. I'm like, this is so sensationalistic and stupid, dude. You are not on the jury. Like all the people who analyze, you know, oh, here's why the jury decided what they did. Unless they actually talked to the jury, they're full of shit. Like seriously, you do not know why the jury decided what they did. You don't know how the jury is looking at this. You don't know what's going to happen. Like there is just this whole breed of like, you know, listen to a lawyer's perspective on this. It's like, okay, if you're a lawyer, why aren't you like tending to your clients right now? Like this lawyer that I want to get on Nick Rosenberg to interview, he's actually like a real lawyer with cases. So he's not just sitting around his desk all day, just waiting to, you know, sign on to a live stream. I got to see if he's around. He said he had a 10 a.m. Which is like an hour from now. So he should be he should be okay, but let me see if he's around. But he represents a lot of different rappers in LA area, and he was able to get he was part of the lobbying effort for the Artistic Expression Act, limiting the use of rap lyrics and other artistic expressions in criminal cases. So I did just tweet something about the Jonathan Majors case, like telling people to stay away from these sensationalistic side takers. Because one problem with this is, especially the people, I mean, there are people saying like, oh, here's a summary of the testimony of Jonathan Majors' false accuser. Please don't click on that stuff, guys. Like, even if you're just looking for information about how Grace testified and you want to see, all the different perspectives, those people are like intentionally trying to sow distrust and make it so that no matter what happens with the jury verdict, no one's going to believe it. They're just going to think that the jury got it wrong. That's totally what they're doing. It's really, really gross. And for these people, most of them aren't actually practicing lawyers, or they're just like paralegals, or they don't really have much of a huge career ahead of them in the law. That's why they're doing this. But a lot of that stuff is really unethical. Like they're not going to be like welcomed into the bar for like doing that stuff. It's gross. But let me see here. I was able to get my clips up yesterday. Speaking of, I kind of don't want to play the Jonathan Majors interview that I did the other night because it's completely out of date. It's like me saying that, she's going to testify, and like she's testifying right now. Like she testified yesterday and she's on the stand again today. But yeah, extremely unethical. Some of the lawyers in LA who read me say that, they like my analysis of judges and stuff. And somebody once pointed out to me, they're like, it's really important that you call these judges out like this, because obviously the attorneys can't. I mean, the attorneys are just like restricted from commenting on different things like that. So when you have, I don't know, a lot of the just like sensationalistic crime stuff, or the talking head lawyers, legal analysis that you'll see, they don't really get into like too much criticism of the courts, because they probably shouldn't. But they also seem to lack any kind of like journalism or reporting background. So they're kind of just talking about the same thing over and over again, and they don't know how to like go find more information and like present it to the public. And everybody thinks it's the networks and stuff are like, oh, we need lawyers and legal analysts who can actually analyze this stuff. It's like, dude, they're just talking about the same 5 cases that are going on in the country. You don't get any kind of original legal affairs reporting. I don't like how people report on cases, and she can maybe be influenced if they watch. Yeah, I mean, the jury's like not supposed to be watching that stuff, but I mean, it's kind of hard to avoid it, especially for a case like the Jonathan Majors case, where it just seems like everywhere you turn, there's somebody talking about it. But I hate to. Nick Rosenberg hasn't gotten back to me. It shouldn't take me too long to go get a coffee. It's just I'm still getting used to the East Coast, West Coast time here, because I was kind of around the computer this morning and I haven't gotten my copy yet. But breaking news: Kevin McCarthy to leave Congress at the end of the year. Good riddance. He's from California. So I've heard conflicting reports. Like some lawyers say that, yeah, the jurors violate that all the time. They're always on their reports, or always on their phones. But then clerks who actually deal with the jury day in and day out, like they're the one who takes them back to the jury room and like tends to their needs and stuff, thinks that overall juries are like very hyper aware of that they actually don't violate that stuff. And some of them are really vigilant. Like if they hear that others around them, or they think that others around them are violating it, they'll like speak up and do something. But I want to go get a coffee real quick, but I want to I hate to just replay the testimony from earlier. Yeah, I mean, as somebody says, you need that coffee, it's essential. Like, hello. And we've got like an hour or so. I'm afraid as soon as I do this, Rosenberg is going to text me and be like, oh yeah, I'm around. But it actually only takes me like 20 minutes to go there and back. So again, I hate to just put on old test. Well, I could do my talks. I could do a play all on my Meghann Talks on TV play. It's gonna go through ads. See, that's my biggest concern is I'm just getting caught in some ad rush when I'm gone. It's gonna be like just seeing car commercials for like 10 minutes. But, so this should just play for like 20 minutes or so. All right, I'm going on the. Oh wait, sorry, I'm going to bring it up here. This is the YouTuber. This is a pretty great story. I got some responses to the email. I mean,
viewers where this even started. I mean, there is another case that I do want to touch on. I'm going to pull up this tweet from you today, something that you have been following. So here you write, an Olympic snowboarder was sentenced in LA today to 6 months in prison for obstructing an investigation into a plane crash he staged in online views on YouTube. I remember this case when we first covered it, but if you could break it down for our viewers where this even started, I mean, it seems not even believable that someone could actually stage a whole plane crash, but that's exactly what this person did.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a remarkable story that definitely got some headlines when it first happened. And this was a plea agreement that he struck several months ago. And he was finally sentenced today in Los Angeles federal court. But this was an Olympic snowboarder, and he still has Olympic aspirations. But he's obviously a thrill seeker, and he's also a licensed pilot. And he was piloting a plane in California on the way to Mammoth Lakes, which is near Yosemite National Park, just a beautiful area of California. And there's actually video online still of him bailing out of the plane on a parachute, and the plane crashes. And yeah, he's admitted that this was that he had a plan to post this video on YouTube to monetize and get clicks and money off it. So he actually pleaded guilty to a charge involving obstructing a federal investigation into this, because when he started getting questions asked about where the wreckage was and what happened, he lied to investigators. He admitted to. So the big thing I got from this happened back in 2021, but with him immediately entering a plea deal with prosecutors back almost 6 months ago now, it sounds like he's remorseful, and he's really hoping to move on from this. I talked to his lawyer, and his lawyer was, of course, hoping to save him from any kind of prison time for this, wanted him to get probation and some community service, and emphasize that the fact that he has these convictions now is going to keep him out of Canada, which she said for a snowboarder is a pretty big punishment for somebody like him who has Olympic aspirations, not being able to go to Whistler, British Columbia, all the world-class snowboarding that offers. That was punishment enough for him. But prosecutors wanted him to spend a year in prison, and Judge John Walter, who's a longtime federal judge in Los Angeles, went with the 6 months. So he found the middle ground there. But the report date is in late January. So his lawyer, Carrie Axel in Los Angeles, did acknowledge to me today that, I mean, this does put a damper in his winter snowboarding plans. He's going to be incarcerated this winter instead of training with the Winter Olympic team. But he did have letters of support from friends and family, including a fellow professional snowboarder that is also on the Olympic team that I'm going to be writing about in a story on legalaffairsandtrials.com that should publish tomorrow. And it just shows that he still has support, and that I think even when he gets released from federal prison, he's hoping that he can still salvage some kind of Olympic career out of this. But again, just the restrictions he's going to have in place, being convicted of a felony like that's going to follow him around for the rest of his life.
Oh, Meghann, I've met snowboarders, and I mean, you're right. If they're away from the snow, it's like, I mean, that's prison enough. For them, it's complete punishment, especially an Olympic snowboarder. This case is so interesting to me, though, because we're talking about someone that just staged something for the internet, but now we're seeing more of these influencers almost getting prosecuted for some of the stuff that they post online. I think the other one more recently was Kai Cenat back in New York caused that riot with like a PlayStation giveaway. Anything else, any other case like this that comes to mind where, I mean, the law is coming down on some of these people for what they post?
Yeah, we did have a case a couple of years ago in Irvine, California, local here in Orange County where I live, where a couple of brothers who were Instagram online influencers staged some kind of robbery or SWAT invasion, and actually had police called on them, and led to problems and charges on their own. They ended up pleading guilty, and the prosecutor, the Orange County District Attorney's Office, took a pretty strict stance on it about the dangers of this and people doing this for clicks. So I think this is another one that will kind of go down in the history books for YouTubers and criminal conduct and some of the problems that can arise from that.
I mean, I can definitely see where law enforcement's coming from. They have to set a precedent, because who knows how much this could escalate to. People could really get hurt in so many of these shenanigans that happen on social media just for clicks. Meghann Cuniff, legal affairs reporter, always a pleasure to have you here live now from Fox. We did a full breakdown today of so many cases, but there's so much more stuff that you are out there covering in LA. We welcome you back, of course, anytime. We look forward to seeing what trials you follow next.
Thank you so much.
Want to get to some top entertainment headlines, and particularly entertainers that are facing off in some trials at the moment. Take a look at this. We have some courtroom sketches today. We have Atlanta, Georgia here, the downtown, and Fulton County, I believe, is where a Young Thug's RICO trial continues. And we've had you on the show dissecting all of the moments. Today was day 5. And I want to pull up this tweet from you, Meghann. We've been following it closely because you live tweet a lot of these events. And here you're kind of describing Young Thug's demeanor today. Explain what you mean about what you saw.
Yeah, and this was in the morning when everyone was waiting for court to start, and you can see him in the sweater there. The camera kind of moves off of him to Nichols, his co-defendant. But it just seemed like a cold morning in court where everybody was just kind of like sitting, waiting for things to start. Already a boring morning boring start to the morning. And I think the one thing that caught people's attention online was the sweater that Young Thug was wearing. But I mean, you can kind of see everyone just waiting for court to get started. And one important thing to keep in mind is that the defendants are all in custody. So while they're suited and nice now, they were brought over to the court from the jail and have to go through, of course, the jail dining process and all of that. So the idea that this is a perky morning after a nice exercise is definitely wrong. They're waiting for the judge to get going. So we're going to have a lot more days like that, because with a big sprawling RICO case like that, conspiracy, racketeering, they've got so many different acts that they're trying to prove as part of this one charge. It's 191 overt acts that are part of this charge. So the testimony is, pretty piecemeal going through these overt acts, which some of them are perhaps more interesting or more flashy than others. But this is a lot of testimony from police officers about investigations that they did or traffic stops that they did regarding gun seizures, drug arrests, that kind of thing. And of course, a big angle in the cross-examination is the lack of any kind of gang ties in the original investigations, because some of these overt acts date back years, even 10 years. And at the time, the reports that the police officers filled out didn't mention gang signs or gang ties as prominently, or if at all, while the witnesses now are alleging that. And that's, of course, the whole crux of this case, is that Young Thug's record label is actually a front for a criminal organization. So proving the gang ties in these charges is very important. So that's, of course, what defense is focusing on their cross-examination. And I think we've seen some effectiveness, but it's just so early in the case that this is just going to continue for at least a couple more weeks till they take a holiday break.
Meghann, I love that you bring up the fact about Young Thug's sweater. You brought it up a little bit early on in your answer, but looking through social media, that was kind of the talk amongst so many people. Let me bring up this tweet. It's a photo of him, and you can't really see what's on the sweater. But when I saw and heard what was on the sweater, I was like, that's an interesting outfit choice for a trial in which you are, being portrayed as someone that's part of a gang. I mean, it's a rat holding what looks to be guns. What did you think of this?
You know, it actually, we were able to pull up the actual Neiman Marcus advertisement for the sweater, and it's about $1,000 on NeimanMarcus.com, although I think it's discounted right now to maybe $891. And it's a wolf, and I think he's holding a stack of records. And it looks like he's running with a stack of records. But of course, the wolf was definitely pointed out by Joseph, from the reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who's covered the case since the inception, of course, points out the reference that DA Love, the district attorney, had made in her opening statement to the fact that she thinks YSL is a wolf pack and that Young Thug is the leader of the pack. So, I mean, Joseph is drawing, I'm wondering if perhaps that's some kind of connection between if Young Thug is kind of flaunting that. But I did see something that Young Thug's girlfriend, Mariah the scientist, said to a publication today, or a news outlet, that it's just a pure coincidence. And Joseph did say that Shaddy, the other Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporter who's been covering this case, thinks that he might have worn this sweater before in the past. It might just be something that's in the closet that's in his rotation right now, and it's not any kind of reference to the Wolfpack reference.
I mean, Neiman Marcus, it's a nice sweater here. I kind of freeze framed here some footage from the courtroom. I was mistaken. I mean, it kind of looks like Mickey Mouse from afar. It is a wolf there. And then it looks like smoke or something coming out. So it's very hard to tell, I guess, sometimes, but very interesting. So many people had a lot to say about it over on social media. We're talking about Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Anybody that knows me knows that I love reality TV. And this case, it was a big one. I mean, it's still in the headlines all over the place. And we're talking about Tom Girardi. I want to pull up this photo from Page 6, courtesy of them, because it shows Erica Jane, who is a star of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and then her husband, Tom Girardi. Now, Tom, he is being accused, he was indicted on embezzling millions of dollars from his clients, but you are the expert here, and for every one of our viewers that may not be too familiar with this, help us break it down. Why is this case such a big deal, making so many headlines?
So this is a big deal for, obviously, the Bravo crowd, the people who watch reality TV shows on Bravo, like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and remember Tom Girardi as the flashy older husband lawyer of Erica Jane, and he was always, holding court and putting on a show for Erica and her friends. And it's also a major story in the legal community, nationally and also in LA, because of his prominence as a plaintiff's attorney. He represented plaintiffs in some of the biggest cases in the United States. He really had a hold on the LA legal community. He was very influential in judge appointments. He was influential in a lot of different areas, and he had a real knack for getting the major plaintiffs cases, and that's what ultimately led to his downfall, because of course it's now been revealed that there had been so many complaints about him to the California State Bar over the years, but his influence in the California legal community also included influence and power over the California State Bar that was supposed to be investigating these embezzlement allegations against him. But his prominence as an attorney made him the go-to attorney for big cases, such as some people might remember the tragic plane crash that happened in the Java Sea several years ago, the Lion Air crash. Several hundred people died, and it was a lawsuit against Boeing over their new MAX plane. That I think it was a 737 that had come out, and that was a big issue at the time. And Tom's law firm had the lead on all the lawsuits against Boeing on behalf of the families of the victims, a lot of the victims who died. He also had local counsel in Chicago, which is procedural when a lawyer from California who's not licensed in Chicago or not admitted in the Chicago federal courts, would get local counsel to represent clients with him. And that's what led to his downfall, because the local counsel, Jay Edelson, reported to the judge that the money was missing, that this settlement money that they had struck with Boeing and that they were supposed to be distributing to clients was nowhere to be found, and that he was pointing the finger at Tom Girardi. And this was back in December 2022, November 2020, 2020, so almost 3 years ago now. And this is the Northern District of Illinois, Chicago Federal Court, where Tom's influence isn't quite what it was in Los Angeles. So the federal judge ended up holding him in contempt there. And this is what really put his whole alleged Ponzi scheme that his law firm was onto everyone's radar. And of course, Erica made a big public showing by leaving him, and she'd actually made some social media posts about him and alleging affairs that really cast a lot of attention to it. So all of a sudden, the heat was on Tom Girardi, and all of a sudden, he has dementia and Alzheimer's disease and can't respond to anything. And he's moved into an assisted living center, and he doesn't know where he is. So he's been indicted in these cases, charged in federal court in both Chicago and California with embezzling money. But right now, the issue in California is he actually competent to stand trial? He's 84 years old. He clearly has some kind of condition, but does that prevent him from actually recognizing the proceedings and being able to assist in his defense? That's actually what a judge in Los Angeles is deciding right now.
And we're actually going to dive into that because it is the latest when it comes to that case. But I want to go back to just show our viewers how prominent he was in California. Take a look at this tweet from Reuters and their legal team saying that the California Supreme Court adopted a package of ethics reforms for State Bar of California officials and judges in the latest fallout from criticism over the regulatory agency's oversight of disgraced attorney Tom Girardi. Now, this just shows how big of a deal this was, because for the Supreme Court to completely overhaul and create this new package of oversight, it just shows the magnitude of the influence that you were saying that Girardi had, particularly in California.
It absolutely does. And we've seen so many examples of like that with the inner reckoning at the California State Bar about how they dealt with this and kind of the shame that they brought to the legal profession by the way they kind of enabled Girardi over the years. And there's been a restructuring and kind of a refocus at the California State Bar to try to take a more aggressive stance against attorneys and the way they use their client trust funds, which that was the big issue with Tom Girardi, is he had money for clients in his client trust fund, which is a sacred oath that attorneys take not to touch that money. And of course, he was touching it left and right.
It's so funny because I go on social media and I see people, saying, where's the outrage against Tom Girardi now? Because, it's for Bravo fans that really know these people, they follow their lives. But when you talk about, I think it's $15 million, right, of embezzlement, and then you're talking about he's taking that money from victims, first of all, with that settlement against Boeing and all of that. It's just completely tragic and terrible for someone to do that, profit off of the suffering of other people. And then now with the latest with Tom, is he competent to stand trial? Now, a couple of months ago, an LA court did decide that. I want to pull up this report that you did over on your website with Legal Affairs and Trials with Meghann Cuniff here. The title says, "Is Tom Girardi faking it? Prosecutors suggest ex-legal kingpin may be feigning mental state." And looking at his age, it might be hard to prove that he's faking it. What do you think? Clearly, there's questions in the air.
And that is the big question right now, because after the briefings on this that the article addresses, we had 3 days of testimony in August and September where we had prosecution experts saying he's faking it. He had
I'm always here. Anything you need. Packed up. The Health and Wellness Company.
mild cognitive impairment, but it's not enough to render him incompetent to stand trial, versus 2 defense experts who said something different. So right now, that's what the new briefs have been filed over, and it's kind of a final argument from attorneys and prosecutors over whether he's competent here.
Now, obviously, both sides are going to say something different. So can you talk to us a little bit about how they're going to be able to prove that? I mean, the defense is saying something, prosecution saying something. What are going to be the facts presented at court to say that he's either faking it or not?
Right, and I think it's a tough call, because when you look at Tom Girardi, when you see him in court, when you see him walk in the hallway, I don't think anyone with a straight face could say that if he wanted to, he could just all of a sudden become the Tom Girardi that he was years ago, that we remember seeing on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. That's so flashy. There's clearly something wrong with him. Everyone acknowledges that he has some kind of mild cognitive impairment, mild dementia, whatever kind of stage dementia. it's just a debate over how much it's actually affecting him. And then you have people saying that people who've observed him, these experts who've interviewed him, who say that he shows classic signs of faking, of trying to act like his memory is worse than it is, but at the same time, he's making a defense for himself, saying that he didn't steal. It was his chief financial officer who stole, which the prosecutor is pointing out shows a complete awareness of the charges against him and him trying to formulate his own defense. So I think the prosecutors are saying that the defense is just overthinking this, and they're hoping that the judge overthinks it, where it's not about, is he 100% mentally acute? Is he able to assist in his defense, and is he able to understand the proceedings against him? And they actually cite a profanity that Tom Girardi muttered at a prosecutor in the middle of the hearing back in September. He muttered a profane statement, but the prosecutor points out that he had the sense to do it under his breath, because I was just sitting in the gallery and I didn't hear it, but the prosecutor was cross-examining a defense witness and he heard it and told the judge, he said, "I want the record to reflect that the defendant just said F you to me." And that became part of the record. And he asked the expert, what does that say about his understanding of the proceedings? So it's a debate over whether that's proper courtroom etiquette, because I don't think anyone would say that uttering a profanity in court is proper courtroom etiquette. But the prosecutor's point was the fact that he didn't shout it out loud and he knew to say it quietly shows he understands the proceedings. I think some people would say that's a bit of a stretch, and the defense has really done a powerful job of trying to dismantle the credibility of the experts and really going through the briefings and showing that everyone, all the witnesses who've testified, say that there is something wrong with them. And I think the inability to really differentiate between where is the line between what's wrong with them, that everyone acknowledges there's something wrong with them, and then where is the line between that and exaggeration? And that's going to be up for the judge. And it's just kind of a question of, where does the judge come down on this? She's an experienced federal judge. She's been on the bench for since 2010, and I'm sure knows all about the lore of Tom Girardi. But I also don't think that, just given her background, that Judge Josephine Staten is one to have hobnobbed with him much. So I think we're going to get a clear picture here and a pretty powerful ruling from her, I think.
Meghann, I was going to pull up that tweet where he said that expletive, but you wrote it out in full. And I'm like, all right, I can't pull this up for our audience yet. But,
yeah.
You're saying it would be kind of a stretch, but it does make sense that if he said it under his breath, he was conscious, that he kind of knew what he was saying. It would have almost helped him more if he just said it out loud. Then you could say, yeah, he's crazy. He doesn't understand courtroom etiquette.
Yeah, perhaps. It was definitely one of the bigger courtroom moments. And then I have a former colleague at the legal trade publication that I worked at, the Los Angeles Daily Journal, that of course covered Tom Girardi pretty extensively. Just from an event, we would see him at events, and Justin, the reporter in Los Angeles, had been to lunch with Tom Girardi a lot. So he actually saw him in the hallway, and Tom Girardi said to Justin, he said, "Oh, hi, Joe." So I said that's the only time that he said anything to reporters or answered questions, is when he got my friend Justin's name wrong, like seeming to recognize him, but really also not knowing his name. And Justin remarked that he's pretty clearly cooked, is what Justin said. But I think the idea that he was faking that, I don't think Justin thinks that at all.
Right. And almost interesting that he, acknowledges the reporter, but doesn't say his name. It's hard to tell, because those are slight things that somebody that was smart and manipulative could be able to do that consciously. I want to go to this topic, though, of reality TV show business. Pulling up this photo of Tom Girardi with, they're separated now with Erica Jane, right? I don't think that the divorce has gone through. Him being this person on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and kind of being, prominent on that show, is this going to backfire on him going forward? Because all of this embezzlement, this whole case was going on while he was on the show.
It was. And, one thing that was brought up in his mental competency hearing that prosecutors are trying to use against him is it does sound like he is still in current contact with Erica Jane. Because as you said, the divorce hasn't actually gone through. I think anytime you have that many assets and with all his troubles, there's a lot for them to sort through. But the testimony during this hearing was that he is in current contact with her. And one of the experts who she did a multi-day interview with him at his assisted living center said that he actually took a phone call from Erica Jane during the interview. And she could hear Erica Jane on the other line, and Tom said something to her about, are you going to, he named the foreign country, and she said, oh yeah, I'm getting ready for my trip. So the woman, the expert, said that she actually corroborated this by watching a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills show to see that Erica really did take this trip that took place the same time as this interview was taking place with Tom. So of course it was reported how much she charged an hour to watch these Real Housewives of Beverly Hills episodes of part of her research into Tom Girardi. But it was definitely established that the idea that they are completely separated and not in contact is not true, according to the testimony. They're still in current contact.
Okay, Meghann, hang on. I gotta ask, how much was she paid an hour to watch this show? Because I do it for free. So,
Off the top of my head, I'd have to bring up my old article that's on legal affairs in trials.com. We had the one on the screen, and then I had a pretty in-depth article on the testimony that definitely has that figure in there. But of course, there's such another aspect to this scandal, which is the bankruptcy proceedings against Girardi Keese. And we've seen Erica get wrapped up in those. And I think there's been a lot of coverage over some diamond earrings that Tom Girardi had given her that she was forced to relinquish in an auction, because it turns out that the trustee, the court-appointed trustee who's now in charge of Tom Girardi's bankrupt law firm, she is going through the books and finding all the money that Tom Girardi took from the law firm and spent on things he shouldn't have. And she's trying to claw it back through a proceeding, the pretty common standard proceedings in bankruptcy court called adversary proceedings. So she's gone after Erica over these diamond earrings. And Erica's also been sued. She has a lot of civil exposure in this. We haven't seen any kind of whispering of criminal charges of this, and we haven't seen her around the courtroom at all for this. But she definitely hasn't escaped the legal problems that her husband has kind of brought here.
well, what I was gonna say is that clearly, well, to some extent, whether she knew or not what her husband was doing, obviously the benefit was there for her. I mean, I'm seeing tweets from people saying that he bought her a whole music career with all that money that he embezzled. And it just, I mean, how far is Erica going to be dragged into this? Is she going to be able to almost play ignorance if and when they do call her in to start testifying on this case?
Yeah, and I think that's a big question of whether we're ever going to see her in court and whether it would benefit prosecutors enough to put her on the stand. Because, of course, that's always been the talk amongst the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills crowd, the gossip crowd, is what is her knowledge. But she really has not been mentioned by prosecutors in terms of criminal culpability or trying to suggest that there was any kind of conspiracy there. I think if Judge Staten does declare that Tom Girardi is competent to stand trial, we could see more litigation, perhaps involving her, just pre-trial stuff. Could she possibly be called as a witness? But I've never really seen the benefit to prosecutors of putting her up on the stand unless she's a completely willing participant to talk about, oh yes, I knew all these about all this illegal activity my husband was doing. I'm not sure if they really need her as a witness at all. And then I think her own lawyers would, of course, advise her not to do that, not to cooperate with anything. But I also think her lawyer has taken the stance of, she has nothing to hide, that she was, basically a victim in this too. But I also think that her maximum exposure in this is perhaps past, or that we're still at it now, because she certainly has taken a lot of heat over this and the diamond earrings that she relinquished. And there's still litigation going on over that. There's just so many
What's up, guys?
aspects of this scandal to unravel.
More Girardi stuff, huh? I'll take this off the screen. Sorry if I interrupted anybody while they were in the middle of my Girardi news here, but back from my coffee break. It's been hanging out at home. Get off screen here. I got to plug in my laptop. I got back just in time. This thing could have died on us. That would have been really embarrassing. Yeah, because tomorrow I think I got to email Tony Ortega, but I think there's supposed to be something going on with Danny Masterson's case, where I went up there a couple weeks ago because he hadn't relinquished his guns, and they were supposed to be back in court on December 7th, which is tomorrow. So if that's the case, I should go up there, and I'm trying to make sure I figure out a way to keep the stream going in the morning. I might have to like start it really early because I'll probably just drive up to LA because the hearing will be over early. I can get back early, but keeping the stream up on my iMac while I do that and making sure it doesn't just like go to a freaking Tiesto video or something for 3 hours. But okay, there we go. I just had to get everything all plugged in here, but let me pull up some stuff. I was saying, I don't care about the Jonathan Majors case, blah, blah, blah. It is an interesting case. I mean, I can see why people are doing it. It's just obviously I'm not covering it because I'm not in Manhattan, and I'm not going to go to Manhattan to cover it. But after I tweeted that, of course, this morning, there's a ton. It's getting attention, and I figured I'd pull up the thread for you guys because I tried to shout out some reporters who are covering it, mainstream reporters covering the Majors trial, because going to my notifications here, because there are quite a few covering it, and I know right now I think she's being cross-examined right now. It just started like 15 minutes ago. Grace Jabari's cross-examination. She testified for a lot of the day yesterday and then most of this morning, and she is when I looked at somebody's tweets, it was cross-examination right now, and the first question from Major's lawyer was about how many times she'd met with prosecutors. Yeah, thanks, Jen. Welcome back. Somebody, you ask if I remember the YSL defendants trying to get an insanity plea, whatever happened to him. I don't. And really, this is kind of, I started paying attention late. So there's been a lot of stuff with this, like the goat sacrifice. The goat they were apparently, when Thug was arrested, they were in the middle of some goat sacrifice, but that was like excluded from the trial or something. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. But yeah, there's kind of a lot of background I could catch up on, but I probably kind of started a storm, of course, and I was worried I'd leave somebody out. I just copied this from Josh Russell's page. He's the reporter for Courthouse News, and some of these people are live tweeting a lot more than others, because that just, I think, depends on them personally, but also their bosses. I mean, keep in mind, all these people have editors to answer to, and at the end of the day, I think all of them, especially with Grace testifying, all of them are expected to write an article. So, they've got to do what they've got to do. But let me see who's tweeting here. Let's see. This is Josh Russell. I met him when I was I met some of these people when I was in Manhattan covering Avenatti's trial for defrauding Stormy Daniels back in January 2022. So Josh has been with Courthouse News Service for a while, and usually they cover Southern District of New York because there's not really a lot of misdemeanor trials going on. Yeah, and Jen, the goat sacrifice. Yeah, that if you just Google like goat sacrifice YSL, it's everywhere. But there's not a lot of misdemeanor trials, so most of these reporters are used to Southern District of New York, but they're over there now. But Josh says that Jabari's direct testimony Wednesday morning is mostly focused on the end of the night of the March 25th incident in the morning after, detailing the pain of the injuries and police/first responders arrival and Major's arrest. I've seen the reports, like the YouTube videos that are like, Grace Jabari already tanks the prosecution's case in her own testimony, and that's totally just somebody's opinion. But then one advantage some of those people have, they're the actors who are, you know, sensationalizing and just taking one side, is I think some of them are clearly in contact with the defense. So the defense is oftentimes providing them talking points and then transcripts too, like choice transcript quotes. So sometimes when you see that coverage, it looks so much more complete than like the reporter's coverage, because the reporter doesn't have the benefit of just copying and pasting from a transcript that a defense lawyer gave them, or something like that. You know, but just remember that all that stuff is like really, really one-sided, and from, you know, oftentimes from the defendant's own camp can be funding some of that stuff. But I know a lot of these reporters, and I guarantee that they don't have agendas other than just the fact that I mean, sometimes I think the fact that they don't have agendas, or the reporters who cover courts every day, the fact that they're disinvested in this can almost be a hindrance to their coverage, because people who are so interested in the case want someone who's super passionate about what's going on, and it's just like so excited about it, and the reporters are just like, oh, here's another trial. But obviously Jabari's testimony was the big thing. Josh says it finished at 12:02, so yeah, it's like a half an hour ago she got done on direct testimony. Then there was a short break, and then Jonathan Major's attorney started with the cross-examination. And I mean, I don't think you need a law degree to know that this is pretty important testimony, guys. Like, I mean, it's the victim in the case, and the cross-examination is obviously going to be like super important. So Josh says, setting the scene for Jabari's cross-examination, Major's defense attorney, Chaudhry, is wearing a hot pink, wow, kimono type drapey robe and shiny silver flats. Okay, we're gonna need a picture of this on the way out. You know, there's videos of you dancing at Lucy's, and you know those were not played, correct? Okay, so this is always, you know, show that after this happened that she was dancing and you know, having a good time. So she, you know, I guess the implication is nothing bad could have happened before that. But we've heard about these videos before, and then of course it's always an advantage to an attorney to kind of come across to the jury as the person that you believe that that the jury can believe and gets the most information from. So the fact that the prosecutors didn't play the videos, they didn't play the videos. It doesn't say they didn't talk about the videos in direct exam, or the fact that she was dancing at Lucy's. But obviously we're going to be hearing about that. But so that's what Josh is reporting. And Victoria is another reporter who covers this. Let me see here. I might just put on some earlier testimony too. I'm kind of seeing it dropping off here. But if you guys check off my Twitter, I've got all the reporters who are live tweeting it linked on there. And it looks like Victoria has some pretty detailed excerpts from the testimony. She says that Major's attorney started off by asking Grace how many times she spoke with prosecutors. That's a pretty classic question. And whether they went over what they would want her to, what they would ask her. Jabari asked for clarification on several questions. Judges told Chaudhry that some of her questions were too confusing. Okay, that's not good. It's already you know, kind of a rough start here. The whole gist of this line of questioning, which in terms of efficiency remains TBD, is to imply that prosecutors carefully shaped Jabari's answers. Because, yeah, I was surprised that would be the first question on cross-examination, is about prosecutors shaping. Because that is something that you would definitely ask. That gets asked in like almost every cross. But sometimes it's later on or early on, or, well, I don't know. I wasn't there, but it seems like the whole point of the defense is that she's the one with the motive to lie, not that the prosecutors are the ones with the motive to lie. But Jabari said no. Lawyer shoots back. So it's your choice not to answer yes or no. They did tell you were going to be cross-examined. Did they tell you not to answer yes or no? Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to come across in front of the jury, but this is all pretty real time. I mean, I think she's 10 minutes ago. Chaudhry asked about background. Did Jabari know that he got a master's from Yale acting school? Chaudhry then evokes Jesus. You know that Mr. Majors is Christian, correct? You prayed with Mr. Majors, correct? You know that Mr. Majors travels with a Bible, correct? So what does that have to do with anything? Chaudhry asked Jabari about her drinking, whether it was a source of tension in her relationship with Majors. Asked about a situation in Sag Harbor. Did you and Majors have a discussion that caused you to leave and go to the beach with a bottle of wine? So this is just making her look like a drunk idiot. So yeah, I mean, all the stuff about her, how her case just fell apart, and false accuser is blah 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 blah. Just be really wary of that testimony, guys. Like, I mean, I don't know how this could go. In the end, he could end up getting acquitted of this, but I don't think it's like that cut and dry yet. And the people who are saying that she's just tanked her whole testimony and everything, it's like they clearly have an agenda to call her a false accuser and that kind of thing. So, no, it really is. It's the exact same thing. And what's going on with her testimony and the people talking about, oh, Grace Jabari, the false accuser tanks the case on the stand. It reminds me of when Kelsey testified in the Tory Lanez case. Meghann Thee Stallion's former best friend Kelsey, who witnessed the shooting, and she had told prosecutors in detail what happened, like clearly identified Lanez as the shooter, but then when she got up on the stand, she wouldn't identify him. And if you look at some of the coverage after that happened, like during the breaks, people were just like, oh, Kelsey's falling apart on the stand. Prosecutor's case is in shambles. And it's like, actually, this happens all the time. And that's why, like, you need a measured, experienced court reporter who's like seen stuff like this. And it's like, yeah, I mean, and nobody's saying one way or the other. It's like, oh, Majors is definitely going to be acquitted. He's definitely going to be convicted. It's like, we're still testifying here. And this cross that's coming up, and that's actually, I think, going on like right now as we speak, is obviously pretty important. But just be really wary of all those videos, guys. But Molly Crane Newman, she's another one. She's with the New York Daily News. Oh, she has a new lawsuit against oh, you know what? I'll probably have to tweet that out. Because I mean, there's other stuff going on. But, oh, and she's not tweeting from there today. But I might just put on some of the old testimony because I want to look up that Diddy lawsuit. And let's see what's going on. Okay. Let's put on Careton's cross.
Relates to the area where you're located that evening. Is that area a known gang? Is within that area a known gang? Is there a gang that is known within that area?
Same objection. You need to lay some more foundations.
Earlier you testified about your knowledge of the 221 Cleveland Avenue area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you indicated that you are aware of that area, aware of that happenings in that area.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that it's fair to say that based on your testimony that
Staying in the form of the question.
what do you know to be the activity around if any, the activity around the 221 Cleveland Avenue area?
A lot of drug activity. It's a high crime area. We consider it a high crime area in Atlanta. There's also a lot of gang involvement in that area as well.
Speaking to that gang involvement that you just mentioned, is there a known gang that is in or about that area of 221 Cleveland or your accommodations?
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Yes, there is a known gang called YSL.
No further questions.
Cross. Matthew Sr., go right ahead, sir.
Investigator McKesey. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. My name is Careton Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey. Can you look around the courtroom and tell me if you see Quantavious Greer in this courtroom?
He was sitting over there, but I don't know who's sitting up now.
He was sitting in over here today?
Looked like him that was sitting over there.
Can you point him out? And
I mean, I don't see anybody now. I don't see him now.
you believe you saw Mr. Greer this morning?
Yes, sir.
Where did you believe you saw him?
Next to the light-skinned dude.
The light-skinned dude? Okay. What was he wearing?
A suit.
What color was the suit?
A dark colored suit.
Did he have on a tie?
Yes, sir.
What color was the tie?
I'm not familiar with this color of the tie.
When did you see him in the courtroom?
It looked like they look alike. If that wasn't him, I'd have to see that person again. But let's see. Oh no, that's not him. It looks like him. They favor.
Okay. You're talking about Attorney Gardner?
Yeah, they favor. They look like they be brothers.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let me make sure I understand the events of May 8th, 2020. Can you pull up Exhibit 1, or piece of evidence 157N? So we're looking at the food mart. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Building?
No, sir.
You're looking at the parking lot, the surface of the parking lot. Do you see any tagging or gang graffiti on any of the parking area?
No, sir.
On the side of the building, we saw some photos on the side of the buildings. Did you see any gang YSL graffiti on that building?
You saw on the side of the building?
Yes.
I can't see the side of the building.
There were some photos in here. Did you recall maybe taking any photographs or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Any gang graffiti on this particular gas station building?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, so you got off from a private work detail at a Zaxby's in another part of the city, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you needed gas, and you got off on the expressway, and you went over to this particular gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw, you moved from one pump to another pump, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw what you described as a red vehicle with an individual seated inside of that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw a rifle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you testified that from the vantage point that you were able to determine that rifle was an AK-47
Style rifle.
style. Okay. Was that rifle ever recovered?
No, sir.
Okay. Why wasn't it recovered?
They want to invade their rights.
Okay, you didn't want to infringe upon their rights, so they had a right to have that particular weapon in their possession?
I mean, yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't make an arrest of the person with the rifle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle was a part of a gang, correct?
Correct.
You didn't document that person with the rifle used that rifle on the premises of the Chevron, correct?
Correct.
No one inside the Chevron called law enforcement and said, hey, there's a guy with a rifle in a red vehicle. I would ask that you all remove him from our premises, correct?
Correct.
You had not gotten any calls from any disturbances that had occurred at the Chevron this particular evening, correct?
No, sir.
Even this person that you said you heard ranting, if you would, with a gun in his hand, no manager inside the food mart, no employee, no citizen or anyone called 911 saying that this person was creating disturbance.
My radio was turned off because I was off. So they did call 911. That's something we have to contact communications, get that information.
And any follow-up that you did in this case, you did not document that any 911 calls had ever been made concerning any disturbances at this particular food mart, correct?
I didn't look that particular part of the investigation up. Again, if you contact communications, you could see if there was some kind of call for service at that time.
But that's something that you did not do, correct?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay. You said that there were a large number of people out there that particular evening, but that's because there's a police presence and you guys were doing an investigation and people were pretty much just looking around, right?
When I first got there was no police there. There was just a whole lot of people congregating in the area, not getting gas. My choice of pumps was limited because of that. So It was just weird that night.
Okay. And no one was cited for loitering, correct?
Again, you have to contact communication, get that information.
You didn't cite anyone for loitering, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that the people in the white vehicle, the driver had on all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see any type of gang paraphernalia on the person in the all black, correct?
Correct.
The person that you described with the red hoodie, you didn't document in your report that the person who had a red hoodie on had a red hoodie on that was associated with any type of gang activity, correct?
Right.
It was just a red hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this older male that you said had blood on his t-shirt, there's nothing about your investigation that determined that this person had blood on their t-shirt had been injured with respect to any type of criminal activity, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know why the person had blood on the shirt, correct?
Correct.
Could have been from working, right?
Not that fresh of a blood.
Could have been from a fall,
Yeah, it
correct?
could have been from a fall. Yes, sir.
And the person that you said had this firearm, this older gentleman, you stated that he was under the influence, right?
Yes, sir.
Had been drinking. He was pretty much probably a drunk with a gun, right?
Seemed like it. Yes, sir.
And the person who was in this vehicle who retrieved the weapon from the older gentleman was actually providing safety to that property by removing the gun from a drunk correct?
Well, he gave the gun to a drunk first.
Okay. He got it.
No, it wasn't for safety.
Okay, he got it back though, right?
You were getting it back.
Okay. And there's no issue with that gun. Nobody fired any weapon, right?
Thank God.
But it didn't happen though, right?
Correct.
Okay. Don't use the weapon to do a robbery or anything of that nature, correct?
They used the weapon for act assault, brandishing a firearm, try to shoot somebody. So there was a crime.
Someone tried to get shot that night?
The way he was ranting, saying he wanted to kill somebody, and a specific person, he had the firearm in his possession to go do it, but he didn't do it.
Did anyone come forward, Investigator McKesey, and say, hey, this old guy with a gun pointed at me and I was in fear of my safety? Did anyone come to you and say that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anyone come to any other officer that you're aware of and say that?
Not that aware of.
Did you have an opportunity to order up the camera surveillance from this food mart that particular evening?
No, sir.
As part of an investigation to determine whether or not there had been an aggravated assault or anything of that nature, it would have been good common police work to retrieve the cameras from the food mart, right?
Well, my observation was first. So I was able to see the aggravated assault in my observation.
You saw an aggravated assault?
Yeah. When you have a gun in your hand and you're saying you're going to kill somebody, whoever that victim was is the person that he was committing the act of assault to.
Did you reference in your report anywhere within the four corners of the number of pages that you created that particular evening that there was an aggravated assault that had been committed against anyone?
I described what the aggravated assault was.
Did you describe in your report that an aggravated assault had been committed?
I gave the description of the action of the aggravated assault in my report, but I didn't say specifically it was aggravated assault.
That's because an aggravated assault actually requires a victim, correct?
It does.
And you didn't reference in your report that there was any victim of an aggravated assault, correct?
There was a description that I described as an aggravated assault, which caused me to act the way I acted. So I need to prevent the aggravated assault.
Okay,
so I think I prevented it.
Let me make sure I'm clear. You're saying you reference an attempt crime in your report as opposed to a completed crime? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it.
Gobi Cashmere. 100% Mongolian cashmere. Get yours today. Limited Black Friday promo at Gobi.
Answer the question and then you can explain. All right? So if you can give me a yes or no to the question, you're free to explain any way that you choose. I'm going to re-ask the question. On the night of this incident, at this gas station, did you see a completed aggravated assault occur?
Objection, asked and answered, sustained.
Now, you didn't reference a male as being a victim of an ag assault, correct?
Objection, asked and answered, sustained.
I specifically asked you with respect to a gender.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Investigator McKesey, you indicated that you detained Quintavious Greer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You stated that this person had a stonewash jacket and a red cap. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not reference that Mr. Greer was associated with any gang in your report, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, Investigator McKesey, you did not document in your report that you were going to make any type of referral to the gang unit within the APD.
Correct.
In fact, there was nothing about this particular incident that caused you to reference in any way gang activity, correct? In your report.
You really want me to answer that question?
Well, I'm asking you, in the report that you prepared, I'm asking you, did you reference any gang activity in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you detained Mr. Greer because he, you said it was for safety, but Mr. Greer, he never waved a gun at anyone, did he?
He had the gun in his hand.
Right, but he never waved it at anyone, right?
You don't have to wave a gun to have a gun in you to do that.
And no one walked away from him as though they were afraid because he had a gun in his hand, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you detained him because he had a gun in his hand, and as a result of that, he complied, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't run away from you.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false name.
No, sir.
He didn't give you a false date of birth.
No, sir.
You said lay down on the ground, he laid down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you stated that you retrieved this handgun from his waistband?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the front seat passenger that was in the same vehicle as Mr. Greer didn't try to run, correct?
No, sir.
That person came actually to you and was basically trying to understand what was happening, right?
Yes, sir.
That person didn't give you a false.
I didn't ask his name.
So you didn't ask. So this was a scenario where you didn't even ask for his identity, correct?
No, sir.
And that was important for you to establish anything about that particular passenger, because had there been any issue in your mind as to that passenger, you certainly would have asked him for his name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though he was with Mr. Greer, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you were there at this particular location, the food mart, you did not see any drug sales take place, did you?
I saw some drugs, but not no drug sales.
Okay. You didn't see any stolen vehicles happen on the premises that particular evening, correct?
I didn't run any tags, so.
Okay. And just 1 second, indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else cross? Redirect, madam. Or sir, I should say. Redirect. Oh, hold on, Mr. Steele rose.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Investigator, any of the persons that you saw on September 5 of 2020, any of them here in this courtroom that you recall?
No, sir.
Okay. And you know I represent Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sir?
You know I represent Mr. Jeffrey Williams, right?
Okay.
And he wasn't at the scene, was he?
No, sir.
When you mentioned and you described the area, in Cleveland Avenue area, that area, how long have you been familiar with this area?
Since 2005.
And is that from doing business in the area, like stopping for gas, as well as patrolling the area?
Yes, all the above.
Okay. And is it correct to say that tragically the area is poverty-stricken?
Objection.
I'm not about to answer that.
Objection. Relevant.
I'll rule the objection.
I'm not going to answer that. That's disrespecting that community.
Okay, well, how would you describe the income level in that community?
A little foundation, Mr. Steele, if you want to ask him that.
Do you have a belief on the level of income in that area?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm going to sustain the question as to form. It's still, it still kind of misses the mark, Mr. Steele.
Do you believe that that area has a lot of crime?
Yes, sir.
And does that area have any type of flourishing houses? You know, the housing market there? Is there a lot of homeless there?
Sir, again, I'm not going to disrespect that community.
I'll sustain this to form. You can break that down, Mr. Steele.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar that that McDonald's is today out of business?
Yes, sir.
And it's still the structure there, though. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
If I showed you a photograph from when the McDonald's was there, do you think you could recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what I'll mark as number 3.
I think this is yours first.
Okay.
So if you want to put
DW1.
Yes. At this time, the state's going to object to basis off of relevance. This is not relevant to the reason for which investigator McKesey's here.
It's on cross-examination. The rules are not bound by what the state asks them on direct.
No, it's just, well, toward down the scope rule, still got to be relevant, though.
It'll be relevant.
I'll give you a little bit of latitude. We'll rule for now, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you, if I may. Tell me if you recognize what I've marked as Mr. Wayne.
Yes, that's Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue intersection. It's the McDonald's that's at the intersection.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of when the McDonald's was in business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that address to be 150 Cleveland Avenue?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that off the numbers. I just knew that's the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
How close is that area to the food mart?
Less than a block.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that McDonald's in 2014, January 2015, had video surveillance?
Yes.
Okay.
And object, Your Honor, this is not relevant whatsoever.
No, I'll rule that, Mr. Brown.
And did it have video surveillance?
I believe, yes.
What had video surveillance, sir?
The McDonald's, sir, 2014 going into January 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it routine, typical, trained that if you get information about, let's say, something involving the parking lot of the McDonald's in Mr. Williams number 1, and it had to be corroborated or looked into whether people were there on a certain day and time, do law enforcement have the ability to go and either request or subpoena that video surveillance from the McDonald's?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Were you involved in any way with confirming or not confirming statements made to law enforcement, specifically Detective Thorpe, on January 11th of 2015 about people at that McDonald's?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for a continued objection to this line of inquiry.
I'll note it for you, sir. It'll be a continued objection.
But if information came out to Detective Thorpe and others that on January 11, 2015, that on January 10th, 2015, there were people in that McDonald's. Video surveillance could have been gathered if law enforcement wanted to.
Objection. This is facts on evidence, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain it. We haven't really heard anything.
How, ladies and gentlemen, jury, how easy is it to get video surveillance?
It's hard sometimes to get on the business.
How about subpoena power?
It's still kind of complicated because you have to give it to maybe to a corporate office.
Tell the jurors.
It's kind of complicated in some way because you have to give the subpoena to the corporate office and then they have to send you the videos depending on the business. This one could have been easier. It could have been hard.
How about a search warrant? How about getting a search warrant?
I mean, again, it's just time consuming. I mean, all we have to do is fill out the proper calls and we'll get the information, get the subpoena search warrant signed.
And you as a law enforcement officer tried to do that. That's commonplace, right?
This place?
Getting surveillance, if it's important.
If it's important towards my case, yes, sir.
It's just a checklist, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 1, and I'd like to display it to the jurors. I'm sorry?
And check the DW1. Our DW1's admitted, may be published. Mr. Steele, do you want to publish it yourself or?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to do it for you, but, because I'm sitting up here, but you can certainly do it if you'd like, okay? Because you asked permission to publish, so.
He's getting the link, but I could do it.
Say again?
Shaq is getting the link. Mr. Kokomo is getting the link.
Okay.
But if not, Your Honor, I could just pass it around to the jurors.
I think he's in right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and investigator, just orient the jurors if you don't mind. Mr. Kokomo using the arrow. Just show the jurors where the McDonald's is located, the actual McDonald's, not just a sign.
The McDonald's is located right here at the corner of
and Mr.
Cleveland Avenue, Old Hayville.
Say, I apologize, stepped on your words. Cleveland Avenue and what?
And Old Hayville.
Okay, and Mr. Kokomo circling the McDonald's. Is that to say that that's the area? No, the actual structure?
Where you circled it, sir? I don't see it.
See that area that he circled?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And then across from it, do you recognize to the left, that other structure, is that a laundromat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that laundromat there also in year 2013, 14, 15? If you remember.
I don't know if the business was actually the same business, but I know it was there.
The structure?
The structure was there, yeah.
Okay. And then where, in relation to this McDonald's, would the location that you were talking about with the jurors be? Would it be to the left on Mr. Williams, number 1, or to the right?
You mean where I saw Mr. Greer?
Yes.
To the right.
Okay.
If we're facing McDonald's, it'd be to the right.
Okay, on our picture.
Going westbound.
Okay. And across the street from the McDonald's, you can see, is that another gas station?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember which business that is? Which gas station?
It's a BP gas station.
And does that area also have video surveillance?
Not sure, sir.
Okay, that's okay. The laundromat, does that have video surveillance?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, investigator.
Thank you.
Okay, any other examination by any counsel for the defense? All right, any redirect?
Yes, just.
Can we, all right, you still need to use this?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it up. Okay.
All right, so let's talk about the things that just came out. As to Mr. Greer, can you provide his date of birth?
I have to reference.
Sure, you may reference it and look back up if you finish.
Date of birth is January 9th, 1989.
And let's go back to this particular exhibit that is on the screen. Excuse me.
EW1, sir?
EW1. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
What is this address? Do you know the address of that McDonald's?
Not off of memory, no.
Is that McDonald's within the same vicinity of the gas station that you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Was that McDonald's relevant to the incident for which you responded to on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
How far is that McDonald's from 151 Cleveland? How far is that McDonald's from 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Less than a block.
Okay. Were you focused on any surveillance footage from a McDonald's that did not exist at that time on September 5th, 2022?
No, sir.
Was it relevant at all for what you were handling on that day?
No, sir.
Was a detective Thorpe involved in any way on your on September 5th, 2020?
No, sir.
Your Honor, we still need that picture. We weren't done with that. It's it. DW.
Oh, do you want to back up again?
Yes, yes.
All right, Ms. Coco, can you put DW1 up, please, again, sir? Thank you, sir.
Are you familiar with that Exxon gas station? Or that BP gas station?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of what that is now?
Trying to picture. I've seen it recently, like within the last couple of days. I can't remember.
You can talk into the mic, please.
I've seen it within the last couple of days, but I think it's still a gas station. I don't know what kind of name it is. They change up so much.
Okay. But
The structure's still there, and nothing changed.
is it fair to say that it is not what it once was?
No.
Okay. Do you know when that McDonald's closed?
No, sir. I can't remember. I know it was recent. I was surprised.
Okay. Just reading, Your Honor. Prior to September 5th, 2020, did you know Marquavius Greer?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of any? I'll strike that now. I want to put back up State's Exhibit number 160N.
All right, sir, if you could take that down. DW1, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Earlier, you on the rec, you stated that there were a large amount of people outside. Does this exhibit reflect what you saw on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And based on the number of people outside, let's turn back to the older gentleman. You stated that the older gentleman had a firearm and he was waving it in the air, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on what you observed at that time, did you have any other concerns at that time?
Can you?
Any other concerns in that area at that time?
There was a.
Yeah, I'll sustain this a vague. You can rephrase, sir.
What was your focus when you observed the man with the firearm waving in the air that appeared to be intoxicated?
I wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to use that firearm recklessly.
Okay. And roughly how many people were outside? Well, let's turn back. Defense asked you a lot. Earlier, Mr. Matthews asked you a few questions about the man in the area, the older man. When the older man indicated with the firearm that I am going to shoot these motherfuckers, what then went through your mind?
Say again? Who was that? Ms. Westmoreland, well, you have an objection? Basis? I'll sustain this form. You can rephrase.
Is it fair to say that you said
I sustain the question, Mr. Form.
when you heard the older man make that statement, what were you thinking at that point?
That he was going to shoot somebody.
And how much time passed between the time that that firearm was brandished and the time that Zone 3 officers responded to that area?
They responded within 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And I want to ask you just a few more questions. You said that you saw drugs that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of drugs did you see?
It was marijuana.
Okay. Did you have to make reference to gang activity based on the facts that you knew at that time? Objection, self-service.
I'll sustain it, Mr. Form.
Okay. Did you make reference to any gang activity?
No, sir.
Why not?
Objection, self-service. No, I'll allow that, Mr. Matthews. Oh.
Why not?
Reason being is because during that time, my investigation was dealing with an active shooter situation.
Is it your responsibility to take out gang warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. And earlier, Mr. Matthews made a commentary about graffiti and asked you some questions about graffiti and YSL possible posting. How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area that you were in on September 5th, 2018? Your Honor, ask and answer.
Oh.
An objection, Your Honor. Attorney Matthews is not making commentary.
Okay, I'll overrule that.
We can go ahead and answer.
Just rephrase your question, okay?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right.
How are you aware that YSL is associated with that area?
Based on my investigations that I've had in the past, my experience in that area.
You got to check, Your Honor. He didn't reference any of this in his report. He didn't make any arrests for it.
Based on my experience, again, I've interacted with different individuals in that area who are documented as YSL members.
All right, Your Honor, no further questions.
Any recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Investigator McKesey, to be clear, you didn't reference anything in your report arising from this incident relevant to YSL, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anybody else?
You see the report that, the investigator has in front of him,
I mean, hang on. You mean states 200R? Yeah, you can come and look at it, sure.
Investigator, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Can I see the report that you're looking at there? Is that what you brought?
That's what I brought, yes, sir.
I just want to ask you a question, and thank you. That's states 200R as in record, right?
Romeo.
Romeo, that's right. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that included in what you brought up with you when you came to testify? It's by your left hand?
Yes.
Same report there?
Yes, sir.
About 8 lines down in that report.
Which report?
200R as well as what you brought. It's page 2.
Okay.
Does it say, no, it's page 2 is the number. It's on the first page.
Okay.
Doesn't that inform us that the back passenger actually disarmed the drunk man with the gun?
This is not my report, but yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, any further examination, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
At this point in time, may Investigator McKesey be permanently temporarily excused witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
permanent?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator McKesey, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about almost 11:45-ish. Since you haven't taken a break, how about we do this? How about I go ahead and just break right now for lunch? We can come back at 1 o'clock. Does that sound? Okay, and then we'll probably work until probably about 3:30-ish or thereabouts, and then we'll recess for the day, okay? All right, remember my admonitions I've given you, and if you should leave your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock, and once all 17 of you are here, we'll reconvene, okay? All right, all rise. She's already at the door. And I said, all right, he was saving already, moving toward the door. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my jury has left us. Please be seated. Okay, anything before we go to lunch?
Nothing from the station.
Anything from anyone else? Okay, all right, we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock, and as soon as everybody's back, we'll go ahead and get started, and we'll probably recess today about 3:30. So, I knew it was too good. Mr. Harvey, what is it? Oh, yes, absolutely.
Damn, I out with the break outlasted the replay of the testimony. I'm a little busy right now, guys. I don't know if you saw that Diddy got sued again, but I just posted that lawsuit and it's everywhere. It's the same lawyers who represented Cassie in her lawsuit against him, and this is a woman who says she was 17 back in 2003 when she was attacked, and they also sue Harvey Pierre, the head of Bad Boy Entertainment. So this, as they say in the lawsuit, this is the 5th lawsuit against Diddy, and I mean it looks pretty serious. I mean the other one against Cassie looked really serious. This looks serious too. So I'm kind of busy dealing with that. I'm expecting probably go on Fox Live now, like later on or something, but tweeted that out, just trying to get everything. I kind of want to do my own live on this Diddy lawsuit, but of course I don't want to interrupt the stream. But I did hear the judge say that he's going to end trial. I think trial is going to end by like 3 or 3:30 East Coast time. So I'll probably do a live on the Diddy lawsuit after that. But this is another big one, and it's Southern District of New York, same attorneys and everything. So so it'll be good. So let me Oh, they're back here. Let me put this on.
Investigator McKesey and say, hey, this old guy with a gun pointed at me and I was in fear of my safety. Did anyone come to you and say that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anyone?
There we go.
Oh, you have a seat? I'm sorry, we're not ready quite yet. Okay. So you said you had two updates before we bring in our jury?
Yes, one I need to approach on and the other is,
Sorry, one is a man I need to approach on, and the second is into Mr. Steele's inquiry this morning regarding the interview with Jada Myrick.
Okay, so what about the interview?
It is not the state's intention to play that recorded interview.
It's, man, you are like, I'm going to have to get you a hearing aid, Mr. Schardt, okay? It is not state's intention to play the Jaden Myrick video.
I understand, do they intend to ask the contents, or the officer the contents of the
You think?
I don't believe that the state is intending to do that.
All right, okay, so we don't have to take up anything about that particular issue as regards to Myrick, is that correct?
Correct. If something changes, we'll inform defense. But as far as my understanding, we will not be playing that statement.
Okay. Or soliciting any information in regards to that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, what's the second thing you all want to approach us to? Send the representative up, please. All right, let's talk video. Which mic, Christina?
She's able to pick up from this one.
But, you know, we're just gonna recess in place, okay? You can come up with Mr. Brown, okay?
hear it myself. Yeah. All right, Ms. Hilton, we good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what about your next witness?
That's one of the ones we just mentioned.
Well, what?
That's one of the ones we just talked about.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the media, if you could do me a favor and not otherwise take pictures or videotape this next witness. Okay? Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
I'm good.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's all right. We'll be fine. All right, have him come on out, okay?
All right, for the jury.
We figured that out. That makes a difference. Anyways.
I didn't, but we got to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, call your next witness, ma'am.
It'll be Mr. Brown, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Officer Dwayne Thomas.
All right, Officer Thomas. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please report your witness stand once you get there. If you turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as witness before you sit down.
I do. I see. I think it's going to be first and last name for the court.
Officer Dwayne Thomas, Dwayne D-W-A-Y-N-E. No. Thomas T-H-O-M-A-S.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
All right, well, are you employed?
I am
And where are you employed?
with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
It's about 6 years now.
And what responsibilities or duties do you have with the Atlanta Police Department?
Responsibilities are to answer 911 call, to support the community, and be there.
Do you work in a particular zone?
Yes, I work in Zone 3.
And have you been there for the entire 6 years that you've been at AD?
That's right.
And what's your official title?
Right now, I work on crime suppression unit, official title of police officer.
And are you post certified?
I am.
And were you post certified on September 5th, 2020?
I was.
Do you recall working on September 5th, 2020?
I do.
Can you briefly tell the jury what it is that you remember about that day?
I remember an off-duty officer came over the radio about a suspicious activity at 221 Cleveland Avenue, the gas station. About multiple people with firearms, possibly one waving it in the air, coming in and out of vehicles, and possible narcotics.
In what zone is 221 Cleveland Avenue located?
This is Zone 3,
And what county is Zone 3 located?
Fulton County.
And do you know what if any kind of businesses are located in that area?
In that area is gas stations, fast food restaurants, laundromats.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with the area of 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And can you tell the jury what you know about the 221 Cleveland Avenue area based on your law enforcement?
Based on my experience, it's an area that is known for gang activity and narcotic sale.
Okay. Do you know if the YSL gang is particularly associated with that territory?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Harley, I also stand as form.
Okay, all right, sir. Do you know of a particular gang associated with that, area?
The Cleveland Avenue corridor, yes, the YSL gang.
When you arrived to the 221 Cleveland Avenue area, what, if anything, did you do?
I was notified by that off-duty officer about a male wearing a red beanie, possibly having a firearm on him. We detained the male. He got down on the ground and found the firearm in his waistband. We identified who he was and proceeded.
Okay, let's slow walk what you just described. Do you know the identity of the male that was detained by you?
Yes, I believe it's Quantaris Greer.
Okay, and what reason was he detained?
He was detained just based off the off-duty officer observation about multiple people with firearms, one possibly waving it in the air. People seeming agitated, like they were about to, jump into a shootout or something like that. And so we got on the scene where people started to fled, and Mr. Guerrero was there.
Okay, where was the firearm recovered?
On his waistband.
Okay, when you say on his waistband, are you talking about the front?
Yes, the front.
Okay, and do you know what type of firearm was recovered by you?
I believe it was a Taurus.
And what, if anything, did you do with that firearm after you recovered?
I checked the status of the firearm.
Okay, and what did you determine, if anything, after you checked that status?
That the firearm was a stolen firearm out of Clayton County.
Did he say anything to you about the firearm?
He stated that it belonged to his sister.
Was that before or after you checked the status of it?
I believe that was before.
How did you go about determining that male's identity?
I believe that he gave me his name.
Would you recognize that firearm if you were to see it?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, state is marked by the purposes. States exhibit. (166N) as in Nancy. And now approaching Deputy Ingram's approaching with what has been marked as 166N. Officer Thomas, what is in front of you?
The firearm that I recovered.
And how do you know that's the firearm that you recovered?
Is the serial number matches from what I put in evidence.
And do you remember that serial number that you put in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that serial?
The serial number is Tom Ida X-ray 51379.
Okay. And is that piece of evidence in front of you the same or substantially the same as it was when you recovered it on September the 5th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit states 166N and request permission simultaneously to publish to the jury.
First, any objection to states 166 November? Hearing no objection, 166.
Your Honor, the continuing objection since it's over that night.
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Steele.
Sorry.
Continuing objection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no, 166 ends admitted, and maybe published as you see fit.
Okay. Yes. Page 166N is now being published to the jury. Officer Thomas, was that firearm loaded when you returned it?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury how many bullets were in it?
It had one in the chamber and 7 in the magazine.
And can you tell the jury what a magazine is?
The magazine is this piece of clip right here.
Was anything beside firearm recovered there?
Yes, a bag of marijuana.
Okay. And where was it recovered?
It was recovered underneath the vehicle.
Do you know what vehicle?
No.
But you do recall that it was recovered from underneath the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I am going to republish for the jury states 161, November, over screen. If we can maybe grant a sharing privileges. Officer Thomas, to your left is the screen. Can you tell the jury what we are looking at here in this picture?
A bag of marijuana, suspected marijuana.
Does that appear to be what was recovered on that evening of September 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you take possession of that bag after it was recovered?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is now marking for identification purposes. States, well, the defendant of the witness has been already marked for identification purposes as 166N. And with permission, I will approach the witness with that.
Yes, you may, sir.
167. My apologies. 167N. I am now handing you. You can cut that open. Have you had an opportunity to look at states 167N?
Oh, you want me to take it out?
What is inside of state 167N?
A bag of marijuana.
Is that the same bag of marijuana that you recovered on September 5th, 2020?
Yes, it looks like it.
Well, it looks like it, okay. And is it the same or substantially same condition that it was when you took possession of it on that day?
Yes.
Right, at this time, the state now moves to admit states 167N into evidence.
Any objection to states 167 November?
Same on behalf of Mr. Williams, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
All right, continuing objection. I'll admit it and maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you. You may remove that piece of evidence from the bag and publish with the jury.
Put it in the pocket of me.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
Cross. Adam?
Thomas, investigator Thomas, am I right?
Officer Thomas.
Officer Thomas, okay. Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Keith Adams. I represent Jeffrey Williams. You and I have not met before, correct?
No.
All right. Got a couple of questions I want to ask you about your involvement in this case and this specific act that we're talking about from back in 2020, okay? Ground rules, if you don't hear me or don't understand a question, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I read your report correctly, you responded to this location, this gas station, because there was a call that went out from an off-duty officer, right?
Correct.
Right. You responded, and the call that came out was not that there was any sort of aggravated assault taking place. There was suspicious, something like that. Right about that?
No, there was not any aggravated assault that had occurred.
Okay. All right. There were people there who were said to, the officer, off-duty officer, saw guns, right?
Yes.
Okay. Individual, specifically one guy who was waving a gun around and making some statements. Is that right?
Correct.
What you came to find out, though, or maybe what you observed, I don't know, you told me when you got there, is that that guy who was waving the gun around, who was described as someone who might have been under the influence or something like that, that guy was waving the gun around, and then the rear passenger of a vehicle came and took the gun from him, right?
That was my understanding at the time.
Okay. I mean, that's what you wrote in your report, right?
Yes.
That person who took the gun from the drunk guy waving the gun around was Mr. Greer, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you show up at the scene, and there are a number of people there at the gas station, right?
Correct.
They're not doing anything, right? They're not, no one's committing any sort of crime or anything like that. Folks, there are a lot of people congregating at the gas station, right?
I'm not sure.
Nobody was fighting.
No.
Nobody was threatening anybody, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You certainly didn't see any of that.
No, I did not.
Okay. Mr. Greer, being described to you, or with your knowledge as the person who took the gun from the drunk guy, had the gun person.
Yes.
He was detained by you?
I believe so.
Okay. And the gun was taken from him?
Yes.
All right. No fight, no fuss, no argument, nothing like that. Just took the gun that he had in his waistband that he had taken from the drunk guy, right?
Yeah, he had cooperated.
He what, man?
He cooperated.
Okay, got you. Thank you for that. Marijuana. Let's see, is that picture going? You have it in front of you? Do you want to find this?
No.
Who did?
Officer.
Young lady?
Yes.
Used to be Hawkins?
Yes.
McGovern.
Yeah. There it is.
Where's it from?
Underneath a vehicle.
Okay. Who's vehicle?
Don't know.
Don't know?
I don't know.
Anybody charged with that?
No.
Okay. No relationship. That bag of stuff that was found under somebody's vehicle, no relationship to Mr. Greer, I presume.
Unknown.
Okay. Don't know if it was related to anybody there at the scene, in what capacity it was related to anybody, huh?
That's true.
Okay. Was Mr. Greer the only person arrested there that night?
I don't remember.
All right.
I believe so.
Okay. This is back in 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was the extent of your involvement in that case. Essentially being present when someone was in possession of a stolen gun, right?
Yes.
And you haven't had any involvement with that until you were called to come testify in this sprawling RICO racketeering gun case, right?
Repeat that again.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now what's right?
That's the commentary.
Yes, sir. You talked a little bit about the area, right? And Mr. Prosecutor asked you to describe the area, and you said it's an area known for gang activity and high crime and that sort of thing.
Yes.
It's a poor area, right?
That is subjected to what you believe poor is.
Well, poor means, low income.
I can't say.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're well versed enough to say that it's a high crime area, Or it's a gang area, but you can't say whether it's a low-income area or not?
There's some nice houses that's not too far from there.
Gotcha. Okay. A gang area or known for gang activity. You mentioned YSL. Actually, you asked about YSL, and my gang, you said YSL. What other gangs in that area?
I'm not sure of any other gangs.
You're not sure?
No.
But you need to come in here and say YSL today, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. High crime. You describe as a high crime area?
It can be.
Okay. It can be?
Yes.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't?
Exactly.
Okay. A lot of areas in Atlanta can be classified as high crime areas sometimes, right?
Yes.
A lot of areas, a lot of locations in Atlanta could be classified as places where you might find gangs perhaps, right?
Yes.
All right. It's just a matter of which one they want you to come in and talk about.
Objection. I stand objection.
All right. Officer Thomas, thank you. That's all I got.
Anybody else, anything further? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were shown a firearm during the course of your testimony, right?
Yes.
Yeah, may I approach the witness and may I handle that particular piece of evidence?
You don't point at anybody, you certainly can.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Officer Thomas, this firearm that you described, I think you read the serial number out, right?
Yes.
Serial number was not scratched off of it, correct?
No.
And Mr. Greer actually stated to you who owned it and how he came into possession of it, right?
No, he said his sister gave it to him.
Right. And just looking at this firearm on its face, you can't tell it's stolen, can you?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else, anything further? All right, any redirect, Mr. Brown?
Just right here. Starting with the last question asked by Mr. Matthews, how were you able to tell that that firearm was stolen?
I ran it on our system, ACIC,
And what came up?
that it was stolen out of Clayton County.
Okay. And earlier on cross, Mr. Adams indicated that you were able to see what happened prior to your arrival. Why was that the case?
Because I was not there.
Okay. And were you aware that someone handed the older male the gun?
Was I aware that someone handed the older male the gun? Yes.
And were you able to see who handed him the gun?
No.
I want to show what has already been admitted. The state's police officer. It is State 162 November, which is currently on the screen. In the bottom right hand of the screen, can you see who that person is?
Officer Hawkins.
Okay. And was that the individual who recovered the marijuana initially?
Yes.
And was that the same person who provided it to you to take it out?
Yes.
Was your statement about Cleveland Avenue being a high crime and gang area based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Adams?
Yes, actually, I do have one or two questions.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, four or five questions.
One or two?
Six.
4 or 5, okay. We'll soon find out. Okay, all right, so, yeah, I'm gonna count them out for you.
Let's choose carefully. The gun, right?
Yes.
You charge Quintavious Greer with being in possession of a stolen gun, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the information that you had though, right, was that he had gotten it, he took it away from the drunk guy who was waving it around, right?
That's what I believed at the time, yes.
Right, and the other information you had is that that drunk guy actually got the gun from the driver of the car, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't remember speaking to the off-duty officer who said that the driver is the one who came and gave the gun to the drunk guy. Drunk guy waves it around, and then the back passenger, Mr. Greer, got out of the car and took the gun from the drunk guy. You remember that's what she was told?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How about this then? You know that the drunk guy was waving the gun around before Quantavious Greer took it from him, right?
Yeah, I know somebody was waving it around.
Right. So he was in possession of a stolen gun when he's waving that stolen gun around, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he charged?
No. I don't know who he is.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to mischaracterization of the evidence.
No, I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it.
3 people with touching or being in possession of that stolen gun. Quantavious Greer, the only person arrested, right? If you know.
Repeat that question.
All right. 3 people in possession of the gun. Driver who gave it to the drunk guy, that's one. Drunk guy who's waving around talking about, I'm gonna shoot y'all motherfuckers. And Quantavious Greer. 3 people. I'm touching and being in possession of that stolen gun.
I was. Hold on, wait a second.
Your Honor, and mischaracterization of the evidence and the testimony that's come out in this trial.
I think I'm going to object, Mr. Brown.
You understand the question?
I understand the question. I wasn't there to see who had the weapon, who gave it to who. I just know that when I made contact with Mr. Greer, he had the firearm on him.
The off-duty officer who was there, McKesey, was he still there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so he's the one who called it in, right? He would know who was in possession of the gun.
Objection.
Right?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. But McKesey was there when you got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, sir. That's all I got.
Anything further, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
One question, Your Honor. Was the fire?
Just one?
Yes, one, literally.
Okay, all right.
What was the status of the firearm that you recovered that evening from Mr. Greer's person?
That's asked and answered. I sustain the question. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, counsels. And we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Thomas. Permanent? Okay, Officer Thomas, I'm going to permanently excuse your witness. Release you back to your usual duties and navigation. Just don't discuss your testimony and except the attorneys in this case, okay? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Brown and Ms. Hilton, who's your next witness?
Sharon Latners, beginning Act 76.
Any issues as to her being filmed, madam?
No issue.
Okay, all right. Members of the media, you may resume filming the witness. It's consistent with the court's earlier direction.
The next ones after this will be the one we discussed this morning.
We'll take that at that time.
Okay.
Ms. Landers? Good afternoon, madam. If you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face our name and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
How you doing? Raise your hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State spell your first and last name for the court's
Sharon Latners, SHARON LATNERS.
And Ms. Latners, where are you from?
City of Atlanta, location 117.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
33 years.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
I am custodian of records. I handle all ingoing, outgoing 911 call audios, dispatch audios. I handle all the subpoena cases and I handle all the court cases.
If you In that job responsibility, do you also handle CAD reports?
Handle CAD reports.
What is a CAD report?
CAD report is computer aided dispatch. That's on the CAD report, the information that the caller gives to the 911 call taker, and also what the officer gives to the dispatchers.
And how is the information maintained on a CAD report?
It's made of the call. Then you will have the information that the caller provides to the operator.
And when is the information from the CAD report generated?
It's generated as soon as the operator press F4.
And as a CAD report is generated for a 911 call, how long do you have with the police department?
We go back to 2000.
Now, when it relates to 911 calls, how long are 911 calls held?
Since we take over 1 million calls a year, we might have up to 3 years at this time.
And when 911 calls are generated, is it at the time of the call?
Yes.
Well, have you been given a request to obtain the 911 call and CAD report for an incident on May 25th, 2018, specifically case number 181401945?
Yes.
Were you able to produce any 911 calls or CAD report as relates to that call?
Yes.
Have you been able to look at both the 911, listen to the 911 calls and see a copy of the CAD report for that incident?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly on this matter? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is overruled, and I'll make it a continuing objection.
I believe I amended them, Your Honor, but if I think, I feel like, and then it was 98M and 99M instead.
All right, states 98M, what, again, ma'am?
98 and 99M. I'm gonna say that's money, because I don't know.
Mike. We need to go take a look at the podium.
Yes, podium is way too far.
Okay. Any further objections otherwise have not been noted as to states 99 and 99 Mike? Okay. All right, they're admitted, may be published as you see fit, subject to the court's order and instruction.
Now, Ms. Lathers, you can either see it on your screen or you can start at the top of the page. If you can kind of orient the jury to what we're looking at first, what is this?
Come for the CAD report.
And looking at the CAD report, coming down when it says call information, what date was this CAD generated?
May 25, 2018.
And when it says call type and description, what does that mean?
Call type.
Call type have a description?
Oh, that's the type of call it is. It says a fifth person been shot.
And what is the location, where the incident had occurred?
537 Park Avenue Southeast at Grant Park.
And when we scroll down to caller information, what would be contained in the caller information section?
Well, it says source E911 call. It doesn't have a name in there because the person didn't give their name.
And then would there be the phone number of the individual who made the call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, going to page 2 of the CAD report. Generally, what information is provided here where it's talking about unit time? What is that information?
It shows all the units that went to this location.
And when we're talking about units, what are we referencing?
Officers.
And the numbers here, 3607, 3650, what do those numbers represent?
3607 is zone 6, and that's their unit number, 3607. Each unit has their own unit number for their vehicles.
And now going to page 3 of the CAD report. What information now can be contained on page 3?
It just shows your unit number, the time they arrived on scene.
And is that third column is still just location information?
It shows the location information.
And I guess I did not ask, my apologies, we can go back up to page 1. What time did this call come?
Call came in, it shows 2020, which is military time, which is regular time is 8 o'clock p.m.
Now going to page 4. Excuse me, let's go back to page 3. If we go down to page 3 at 9:54 and 50 seconds, 9:54 p.m. and 50 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
When it says en route to Grady T2 or T6 at 21:54, what does that mean?
That means Grady ambulance is en route to Grady.
Now going to page 4. And when we scroll down to the CAD narrative, what does that mean?
The information that the caller provided to the operator, she just types it in.
All right, so let's just start at May 25th, 2018 at 8:01 p.m. What information was provided to the 911 dispatcher?
Yeah,
911 operator, excuse me.
the caller advised shooting at the basketball activities, shooting, can hear shots in the area, background.
All right, and going to 8:02 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
What was provided to 911 dispatch?
It just shows duplicate call, someone called by Grant Park.
And flipping to, we're going to page 5. At 8:07 p.m. What information do you have?
The officer advised he's going through the houses on Spalding.
Okay. And what about right above at 8:07?
Second victim possible at the BP at Glenville and Boulevard.
Now at 8:15 p.m. Where it starts with BJ, what does that mean?
Insurance and one wearing blue jeans, black shirt.
And would that be a description?
Yes, that's the description of a person.
All right. And do we know, can we tell from this line here who's calling that information in?
That's not a person calling in. That's the officer telling the dispatcher that information.
Okay, so an officer telling information, blue black.
Yes.
All right. And in the next line, LS behind 502 Grant Street, stuck on the fence.
Officer advised last seen behind it at 502 Grant Street, stuck on the fence.
Okay. And going to the next line.
And you advised Mail dropped his 69, was a 69 gun.
$69 isn't done. All right, and then what's the line after that?
GAT unit and ID is en route. The ID unit and, I don't know what GAT is. I'm sorry, that's gang unit.
Okay. Next,
Unit advised Perk's possible running through the park. So that's what the officer telling his dispatcher.
all right, next line.
Perk possible of Sydney and Loomis.
Next,
K9, which is the dog, they requested K9 to come to that location, 451 Loomis Walker Southwest in Sydney.
what's next?
Second victim located at Grady.
And what's after that?
It says shot to the side, alert, conscious, and breathing.
What was that last part?
Alert, conscious, and breathing.
And then the next line,
Advise the media is on the scene.
and the next line.
The call came as 25 in the area with shots fired, but it changed, the unit advised the dispatcher changed to someone been shot.
All right. And next,
Advised both victims at Grady. They 26 on the scene at the L 28 B Baker.
and what's the next line?
They advised they have cameras footage of male running at 9:32 hours.
And what's the last line? Or the second to last line?
At 452 Cherokee Avenue has video footages Perk dropping the gun.
All right. And then what is the last line?
At 1:01 a.m. they show clear the scene, code 17. They did a report on the incident.
All right, so we started, officer began responding at 8 o'clock p.m. and they left at 1:01 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next we're going to publish State's Exhibit 98.
Hurry up, we need a police here at the Glen Park. There's a shooting. Okay, where is the address? It's in Glen Park, next to the zoo. Glen Park? Yeah, that's the zoo, shit! Hurry up, we need a police here at the Glen Park. There's a shooting. Okay, where is the address? It's in Glen Park, next to the zoo. Glen Park? Yeah, that's the zoo, shit! At the basketball court. Send the police. Is anyone injured? I have no idea. Just send the fucking police. Don't ask me those fucking questions right now, ladies. Send the fucking police, hurry! Asking fucking stupid questions. Is anybody injured?
Now you're on one of the second call from that 98M.
Atlanta, 911 emergency, operator 5577. What is the address of your emergency?
Grant Park Community Center, Rec Center by the tennis courts.
Okay, do you see who is shooting?
I did not.
Okay, the police are out there.
Yeah, just that's why it sounded like multiple people were shooting. It wasn't just one gun. It was two types of guns.
Sounded like two types of guns. Okay. All right, we'll let the officers know.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
And next time, we're gonna pay the third call on 98. And we stopped at second call, 44 seconds.
Come on.
Atlanta 911, operator 711, dispatcher 7 emergency.
Who's in the ambulance?
So we're at
Who's in the ambulance? What's the address? Man, put that damn phone.
What's the address of 2 Cross Street?
What's the address? What's the address? 520 Park Avenue, Southeast.
All right, 520 Park Avenue, Southeast. Please hold for Grady. Do not disconnect. What's the apartment number? What's the apartment number? What's the apartment number? Hello? Hey, Grady, we have 520 Park Avenue Southeast, 520 Park Avenue Southeast. I don't have an apartment number.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. This is Grady EMS. Can I have you confirm your address for me?
What's the address? What's the address? 520 Park Avenue Southeast. 520 Park Avenue Southeast.
What's the apartment number?
What's the apartment number? Number 3.
Is there a gate code to get in?
No, it's not a gate code.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from in case you're disconnected?
704-692-6.
Okay, and what's your name?
Lady.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, we was just at a bar and they started shooting, and this boy right here shot. He need ambulance and then he shot in the leg.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Yes, he up in the heel alert. He just need an ambulance now.
Yes, ma'am, we have one on the way. I need to ask some questions. How old is he?
I don't know.
Ma'am, how old is he?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, is he awake?
Yeah, no, man. See, I don't know. I don't know. He's awake.
You don't know if he's conscious?
No, I don't know him. He just helped him, man. Please come.
But we're en route, ma'am. The questions are not holding them up. Is he breathing? Hello? Lana, can we get PD and fire?
I'm 711, police and fires en route.
Thank you.
The chopper? 826. Thank you, I appreciate it.
We'll start that recording at 3 minutes and 4 seconds. After providing both the CAD report and our calls to the district attorney's office, does that include your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Ms. Lathers?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, good. Ms. Lathers, you are the 911 custodian who is here today to talk about what we've just learned. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not yourself receive the call as the dispatcher on this particular date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you certainly, from the CAD report, we just heard you read certain things from it. Apparently there was a shooting out there somewhere around Grant Park, right?
Yes.
That's what we heard on the 911 call. And the information on the CAD report that I am holding up here that you have there at your desk, that's information that is called in to you either by the 911 caller or the officer themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're asked to go to page 5 by the prosecutor, and you are basically just reading what one of the officers typed into this report. Is that right?
Officer doesn't type into a report. They tell their dispatcher what's going on.
Right. And it said at 8:03 p.m., we're talking about 8 o'clock in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And we just heard one of the callers. I think we're going to go to, well, let's start with the first 911 call. That was a person, female caller, called in, said there was a shooting, right?
Yes.
Caller didn't give any names or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct.
Just basically, hey, get out here because there was a shooting, right?
Right.
Didn't give any descriptions of whether it was a black male, white male, Asian male, anything of that nature, right?
Right.
Didn't give any clothing descriptions or anything of that sort, right?
Right.
Okay. And then we go to the second call. That would have been a male, right? In the order of the calls that we just listened to. That caller said that there's an incident at Grant Park, right?
Right.
And that person stated they did not see who was shooting, correct?
Correct.
That person did not give any type of description or identification of anyone that was shooting, right?
Correct.
And then that person said it sounded like it may have been 2 types of guns, correct?
Yes.
But beyond that, there was no other information that was provided other than what we just heard, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly, the last call that we heard, it stated police sent an ambulance, and it was actually an apartment that they were asking the ambulance to come to, correct?
Correct.
They weren't asking the ambulance to come to Grant Park, right?
Correct.
And then we were trying to listen in for the address, and they finally gave the address, and they gave an apartment number, right?
That's right.
This person says, hey, I don't know this person, but I think he got shot in the leg. I think he may be conscious, may not be unconscious. They just wanted an ambulance to come out there, correct?
Correct.
We did not hear on that caller's call any description of anyone in terms of being a tall person or a short person, correct?
Correct.
Didn't hear anything about the race of the person, black male, white male, Asian, Hispanic, or otherwise, right?
Correct.
But we did hear that there was a shooting on the basketball court. Did we hear that?
That was from the first call.
Okay. Now, we also, on page 5, there was some mention about camera footage of a male running. Who would have been the person that would have recorded that information?
The operator the officer telling dispatcher that information.
Okay, so the officer's telling dispatch that there's some camera footage?
Yes.
Okay. And beyond that, that's what we know. You don't know if anyone went out to talk to anyone who got shot. You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. You're just the custodian who has done a fine job of coming in here and letting us hear these calls, correct?
I'm the custodian who pulled the information for you, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, Mr. Schardt.
Ms. Latners, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello. I just want to make sure I have this straight. The first call chronologically that came in after this shooting that was reported, what time did that come in?
First call came in at 8:00 p.m. hours.
8:00 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, and it reported a shooting at the basketball courts in Grant Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, another caller gave an address of 537 Park Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that address to be the Grant Park Community Center, right next to the basketball courts?
I can't say that. What's in the CAD pops up, and they give that address, it pops up in our CAD, it's an address for the Atlanta.
Okay, so you're not sure of what 537 is?
No, I don't.
Okay, but it was 537 Park Avenue.
It says Grant Park, Atlanta.
537 Park Avenue at Grant Park?
Yes.
Okay. And these calls were coming in at 8:00 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the radio traffic, what time was the person they're referring to as a perp, what time were they encountered that night? According to the records.
Looking at the CAD report, the first office shows at 8:15 p.m., blue jean, black shirt. That's what he tells his dispatcher, 8:15 p.m.
Okay. But no identification.
I'll say no identification, sir.
Okay. Does this indicate when the quote-unquote perpetrator was encountered by the police?
I can't advise you on that. I don't know.
Okay. Does it indicate what time an arrest was made?
I don't show anything about arrest made. It just says both victim at Grady.
Okay, so we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the arrest?
No, sir. If it's not in here, I can't tell you anything.
Okay. And where was the arrest made? Do we have an address for that?
They're gonna go by what's on this CAD report.
Yes.
537 Park Avenue, Southeast. Now, it's up to the officer to tell his dispatcher where the arrest was made. It might be in the officer report, but it's not on this CAD. The officer report and the CAD report does not coordinate together.
Could you look at the radio traffic at 8:26 p.m.?
On page 5?
Yes.
It says per possible at Sickness and Loomis.
So a possible perp, an officer called in a possible perp at Sidney and Loomis at 8:26 p.m.
That's what he advises dispatcher.
Okay, that would be 26 minutes after the original 911 call.
Yes, sir.
And they were reporting this possible perp at Loomis and Sidney.
That's what's on the report.
Okay, do you know, are you familiar with the Grant Park area?
No, I'm not really.
Well, I'm gonna ask you this question. If you don't know, you don't know.
That's fine.
How far is the corner of Sidney and Loomis from the basketball courts on Grant Park?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any redirect, sir? Or madam?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Landers?
Ms. Lathers actually has to be temporarily excused.
Okay, Ms. Landers, sorry about that, gonna have to call you again, all right? Don't you roll your eyes at me, all right? Okay, madam, so seriously, thank you for your patience with us. You are gonna be subject to recall. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll give you a plain notice when you need to come back. All right, thanks. Okay, all right. All right, call your next witness, please, Mr. Brown or Ms. Hilton.
Your Honor, this is the witness with the issue we discussed earlier today, Your Honor.
Okay, who is it?
Officer Henry Radclif.
All right, members of the media, if you would please refrain from videotaping this particular witness. All right, thank you. All right, summon Officer Radcliffe, please. All right, Officer Radcliffe, good afternoon, sir. If you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed. State the spelling first and last name for the code.
First name, Radcliffe, Radclif. Last name, Henry, Henry.
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And you can turn and speak with the juror, or speak to your juror. How long have you worked with AG?
over 6 years,
And what is your current assignment?
patrol officer.
And are you assigned to a particular zone?
Yeah, Zone 6.
And where is the zone 6? Where is zone 6?
Off in Kirkwood area, 2025 was it, L. Williams Drive.
And where else does it cover? What else does it cover?
It covers Old Fort Ward, Pond City Market, Boulevard Parkway, Grand Park, McDonough Boulevard, Moreland Avenue, close to Summer Hill, part of Summer Hill. Edgewood area.
It's a large area.
Yeah, it's a very big zone.
And on the southern side of zone 6, what zone neighbors zone 6?
What neighbor?
What zone is the neighboring zone, zone 6?
Kirkwood.
What zone is the neighboring zone to zone 6?
Oh, the neighboring zone is going to be Zone 3.
And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the jury a little about your job history with them at police department over the last couple of years.
Well, I'm a City of Atlanta police officer working FOD, then I get field operation division. Then I get moved to field investigation team where I'm currently assigned to now.
And was both your time with FOD and FIT while you were with zone 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your jobs and responsibilities as a FIT officer in zone 6?
To enforce the law in the state of Georgia, and also to enforce the law in the actual zone where I work in through the city of Atlanta. That's my duty.
Okay. I want to take you back to May of 2018. What unit in zone 6 were you working in May of 2018?
What unit? I was a patrol officer, 2018.
And back in 2018, specifically on May 25th, 2018, what shift were you working?
I was working evening watch at the time.
And what time is evening watch?
Evening watch scheduled from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And taking to May 25th, 2018, Did you have the case to be dispatched to 451 Cherokee Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And at what time were you dispatched?
8:01 p.m.
And is 451 Cherokee Avenue within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
So I dispatched to that location based on the original call came up as multiple people being shot over there by Grand Park, which is one of the biggest parking over there in Zone 6. So that was the reason why I was dispatched to that location. It come up as shots fired inside the park.
Okay. Now, did you ever make it to the park?
No, I never make it to the park.
What happened that you did not make it to the park?
So while on the way to the call, the call upgrade to a person, victim being shot. So they gave a full description of individual, some individual that was possibly the suspect at the time. So at that location that you gave me, that's where I made contact with that individual, where I stopped him where he fit the description of that subject. I stopped him and step on my patrol car, trying to have a conversation. Then he took off running.
What was the description that you were looking for?
The description I given over the radio was a black male wearing all black with a hoodie.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
As soon as I stepped on my patrol car and I identified myself and said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" He took off running.
Okay. And what happened once he took off running?
As he took off running, started to run and chase him. While I was chasing him, he pulled out the firearm, tossed the firearm on the ground. I pick up the firearm real quick. I make it safe, put it in my pocket, continue running. Apparently the suspect, maybe half a mile, detain him, take him into custody.
Okay. And you said that you picked up the firearm and made it safe. What does that mean?
I make it safe because I don't know the status of the weapon, whether if it is loaded, if it is around in the chamber, or it have some type of malfunction, so I make it safe for myself.
Okay. And as you said, you took off, you ran. Did you end up detaining that person? Did you end up catching up to the person?
Yes, I catch him. I apprehend him.
You apprehended him. Okay. What happened once you apprehended him?
I apprehended him, put him in cuffs. I asked him if he okay. I asked him if he needed any type of medical attention. Then I asked him why was he running. Yeah, that's the question I asked him.
Okay. Was there a response?
No, he was tired.
Okay. You were tired or he was tired?
He was tired.
All right. Now, after you detained him and you asked why were you running, what happens next?
I bring him back to my patrol car. And when I bring him back to my patrol car, I run the weapon on ACIC to verify the firearm if it is stolen. And the firearm came back stolen out of Winder Police Department. I was confirmed.
And Winder, is that Winder?
Winder.
Winder, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Once you confirm it's still out of Winder, Georgia, what happens next?
Wait on confirmation. Once it was confirmed, I asked the individual about the weapon again, I'm Mirandizing.
Before we go there.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and just recess you. Let's just take a break. It'll take about 15 minutes and then, everybody can stretch and use the facilities and we'll see you back in about 15, okay? All right, remember my admonitions to you. All right, all rise.
What's up, guys? Another break. Yeah, like I said, I've got work to do. I mean, there's so much going on. I'm just gonna probably just leave it on that. I mean, I don't really blame people if they bow out, but I'm imagining I'm gonna do some hits on the Diddy lawsuit, and there's just a bunch of like actual like work, and I'd like to maybe do some real journalism this week too. You know, write some stories. Just look for some stuff, but yeah. So enjoy the silence until court gets back. Maybe I'll just, I don't know, should I replay the old testimony or something? If something starts happening, we'll have. I mean, the Diddy lawsuit is out there. It's the here. Let me pull up the see, here's an example of the lawsuits that happened that, you know, Law and Crime and et cetera just don't cover because they can't have TV in there. But Dorothy is a Law 360 reporter. $400 million copyright trial against Disney over claims it ripped off Reardon's special FX to make Beauty and the Beast. That's a pretty big one. The first witness is Emma Watson, but she's appearing via pre-recorded deposition. So yeah, the Diddy lawsuit is blowing up everywhere. And I mean, it sounds like the way they write the complaint, you know, the lawsuit that Cassie filed really opened the floodgates for this. And they just heard about a bunch of new allegations. They're talking in here about how within minutes of the filing, salient facts about Miss Ventura's claims were confirmed by various witnesses, including a rival musician whose car Mr. Combs blew up, as well as various individuals who observed Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura. I mean, we remember when that happened. So only a few days later, they're talking about the other lawsuits. What are we doing here? Turn that down. So, sorry, had the law and crime thing come back on. Just had to turn that down. But they go over the other lawsuits. You know, only a few days later, 2 other lawsuits were filed against Mr. Combs, and this is kind of a reminder to me to look up those cases in New York State Supreme Court. That's just New York State trial court, and it's not Doug Wigder's firm who filed them, but one of them, the one against Aaron Hall, is the one that was kicked back. I know Rolling Stone got a copy of the complaint and did an article on it. So it's a little bit old news, but it was kind of a reminder I should go into New York Supreme Court and pull up that that lawsuit. And then Harvey Pierre, obviously, that's a big happening here with Bad Boy Entertainment, the longtime president of Bad Boy Entertainment, being named as a defendant and in this lawsuit, and then also the fourth one that they're talking about before, talking about Pierre using his power at Bad Boy to groom and sexually assault his former assistant. I mean, you can tell this is just like such a groundswell of activity. I saw somebody in the comments, compare it to the Harvey Weinstein case. It's like, yeah, it's beginning to look like that, because this is how the Weinstein stuff, he was thinking he could stay on. And in the moments when it was the early days when the allegations were starting, you could tell that he was hoping that he would be able to stay on here. But I think the same thing's going to happen with Diddy, because the statement that he issued here is, all caps, enough is enough. And I think is the other side would say the same thing. But for the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. As a friend once said, she's like, I don't think you could find 3 women who would be willing to just falsely accuse my husband of raping them. I mean, it's all these women are just completely full of shit. But just this groundswell of a movement, and then also the fact that his businesses are named as defendants. It's a big deal here. We're seeing the groundswell. Let me pull up the lawsuit. Sorry, I thought I was sharing that on the screen earlier, but here you can see they have the same trigger warning, which of course we kind of talked about the trigger warning and earlier. I mean, it obviously these guys are very media focused. I mean, they have substantive lawsuits, but they know how to play the media and get press attention too, because there's some pretty horrific stuff in here, and it is traumatizing. But people who are used to reading court documents, which of course isn't the general public, which I think the trigger warning is kind of for, like, there's way worse stuff out there for sure, and like regular court documents that get filed. So I think the trigger warning is, kind of part of like appealing to media coverage, but also in this day and age, there's some pretty triggering stuff in here. So, but like I was saying, the allegations, I mean, the photos obviously get everybody's attention. She says she was only 17 and then 11 years old when 11th grade. She was 17 years old and in 11th grade high school when she met Diddy at a lounge in Detroit, and met Mr. Pierre, and Mr. Pierre is the one, Harvey Pierre is the one who introduced her to Diddy. But I've got the whole lawsuit linked on my website here, where you guys can check it out. And let me see if I can link it here in the chat for you. But I did explain in there how you can follow the lawsuit yourself. But it talks about how Pierre sexually assaulted her too. I mean, she's got pictures of when she met Diddy. It's pretty hard to say that she's never seen him. And I gotta say, I was refreshed to see like some of the comments responding to the lawsuit. I mean, there are some people defending him kind of, but I mean, some people were commenting like men, obviously like men who, listen to hip hop and are part of the hip hop world. I saw some of them comment. They're like, why would a 30-year-old man let a 17-year-old sit on his lap like that? It's gross, and it's completely inappropriate on his part. And like, I don't know, it was refreshing to see. It's like, yeah, no, not all men like just think that women should just be completely abused all the time, and that 17-year-olds should just be treated as sex objects or something. It's like, dude, you're 30 years old. What are you doing letting that teenager sit on your lap like that? Like, yeah, I was refreshed to see that comment. But yeah, I think this is obviously like a groundswell moment for Diddy. and he wasn't 30, he was 34. He was like twice her age, but we'll see. I mean, he's still in offensive mode, but we'll see how quickly this lawsuit kind of takes off, because we all remember what happened with the Cassie lawsuit and the quick settlement, but we have not heard about settlements in the 2 other lawsuits that are filed. So I don't know if it somebody asked if it increases his chances of being prosecuted. I don't know if it like increases. I mean, it seems like if they're going to prosecute him, they're looking. I think it increases the chance that they're going to like take this more seriously, like a 17-year-old. I mean, because Cassie was young too, but this is an actual underage thing, so it doesn't say if she's gone to police or anything, but until there's any kind of confirmation or that everything about any kind of police investigation is just speculation. But I'd be concerned if I were him. I mean, the idea that they would just ignore this, parents should be blamed, but probably more Diddy's fault, but this is definitely a lot shorter than the Cassie lawsuit. We don't have nearly allegations that we had before, but so we've got that, and then let's see. It's kind of just a waiting game to see if anything's gonna be filed. Yeah, Doug Wigder. I talked about that on some previous live streams. Just when the Cassie lawsuit was filed, that's how you kind of knew, it was a big deal that this is a firm that knows what they're doing, kind of thing. But anyway, I want to go do some real work, guys. I don't want to just sit on a live stream and just talk. Like I might do a talk on Live Now later about this, but I like live streaming the trial, but just bouncing it and just talking all the time. It's just, I don't know. Those YouTubers who make a lot of money doing that are great, but I want to do some real reporting on and keep doing real journalism. So, God, I should move my computer up too. I had it on a couple of books and it's a better screen, but we're just gonna have to wait for the stream to get back. I'm gonna bounce out of here. Oh, it's Jesse. Yeah, I don't want to steal their content. But yeah, let me here's the thread. Obviously it's blowing up on Twitter. Who even answers the phone anymore? Like these phones, I guarantee if I answer it, it's like some kind of crank call, or it's like some kind of service call or something like that. Nobody even actually does that anymore. But here, we'll present here.
Mr. Thomas? Okay. Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name's Keith Adams. I represent Jeffrey Williams. You and I have not met before, correct?
No.
All right. Got a couple of questions I want to ask you about your involvement in this case and this specific act that we're talking about from back in 2020, okay? Ground rules, if you don't hear me or don't understand a question, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I read your report correctly, you responded to this location, this gas station, because there was a call that went out from an off-duty officer, right?
Correct.
Right. You responded, and the call that came out was not that there was any sort of aggravated assault taking place. There were suspicious persons or something like that. Am I right about that?
No, there was not any aggravated assault that had occurred.
Okay. All right. There were people there who were said to, the officer, off-duty officer, saw guns, right?
Yes.
Okay. Individuals with guns, specifically one guy who was waving a gun around and making some statements, is that right?
Correct.
What you came to find out, though, or maybe what you observed, I don't know, you told me when you got there, is that that guy who was waving the gun around, who was described as someone who might have been under the influence or something like that, that guy was waving the gun around, and then the rear passenger of a vehicle came and took the gun from him, right?
That was my understanding at the time.
Okay. I mean, that's what you wrote in your report, right?
Yes.
That person who took the gun from the drunk guy waving the gun around was Mr. Greer, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you show up at the scene, and there are a number of people there at the gas station, right?
Correct.
They're not doing anything, right? They're not, no one's committing any sort of crime or anything like that. Folks, there are a lot of people congregating at the gas station, right?
I'm not sure.
Nobody was fighting.
No.
Nobody was threatening anybody, right?
Not sure.
Okay. You certainly didn't see any of that.
No, I did not.
Okay. Mr. Greer, being described to you, or with your knowledge as the person who took the gun from the drunk guy, had the gun on his person.
Yes.
He was detained by you?
I believe so.
Okay. And the gun was taken from him?
Yes.
No fight, no fuss, no argument, nothing like that. Just took the gun that he had in his waistband that he had taken from the drunk guy, right?
Yeah, he cooperated.
He what, man?
He cooperated.
Okay, got you. Thank you for that. Marijuana. Let's see, is that picture going? You have it in front of you? Are you the one who found this?
No.
Who did?
Officer McGregor, I believe.
Young lady?
Yes.
Used to be Hawkins?
Yes.
McGavro,
yeah. There it is.
Where was it found?
Underneath a vehicle.
Okay. Underneath whose vehicle?
Don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Anybody charged with that?
No.
Okay. No relationship, that bag of stuff that was found under somebody's vehicle, no relationship to Mr. Greer, I presume?
Unknown.
Okay. Don't know if it was related to anybody there at the scene, in what capacity it was related to anybody, huh?
That's true.
Okay. Was Mr. Greer the only person arrested there that night?
I don't remember.
All right.
I believe so.
Okay. This is back in 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was the extent of your involvement in that case. Essentially being present when someone was in possession of a stolen gun, right?
Yes.
And you haven't had any involvement with that until you were called to come testify in this sprawling RICO racketeering gun case, right?
Repeat that again.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now withdraw it.
That's the commentary.
Yes, sir. You talked a little bit about the area, right? And Mr. Prosecutor asked you to describe the area, and you said it's an area known for gang activity and high crime and that sort of thing.
Yes.
It's a poor area, right?
That is subjected to what you believe poor is.
Well, poor means, Low income?
I can't say.
You don't know?
No.
Okay, I mean, you're well versed enough to say that it's a high crime area or it's a gang area, but you can't say whether it's a low income area or not.
No, there's some nice houses that's not too far from there.
Gotcha. Okay. A gang area or known for gang activity. You mentioned YSL. Actually, you asked about YSL and about gang, you said YSL. What other gangs in that area?
I'm not sure of any other gangs.
You're not sure?
No.
But you need to come in here and say YSL today, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. High crime. You describe as a high crime area?
It can be.
Okay. It can be?
Yes.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't?
Exactly.
Okay. A lot of areas in Atlanta can be classified as high crime areas sometimes, right?
Yes.
A lot of areas, a lot of locations in Atlanta could be classified as places where you might find gangs perhaps, right?
Yes.
All right. It's just a matter of which one they want you to come in and talk about.
Objection. I stand objection.
All right. Officer Thomas, thank you. That's all I got.
Anybody else, anything further? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Officer Thomas, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were shown a firearm during the course of your testimony, right?
Yes.
Yeah, may I, Your Honor, may I approach the witness and may I handle that particular piece of evidence?
You don't point at anybody, you certainly can.
Thank you, Your Honor. How can you keep it back? So, Officer Thomas, this firearm that you described, I think you read the serial number out, right?
Yes.
Serial number was not scratched off of it, correct?
No.
And Mr. Greer actually stated to you who owned it and how he came into possession of it, right?
No, he said his sister gave it to him.
Right. And just looking at this firearm on its face, you can't tell it's stolen, can you?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else, anything further? All right, any redirect, Mr. Brown?
Just right here. Starting with the last question asked by Mr. Matthews, how were you able to tell that the firearm was stolen?
I ran it on our system, ACIC,
And what came up?
that it was stolen out of Clayton County.
Okay, and earlier on cross, Mr. Adams indicated that you were able to see what happened prior to your arrival. Why was that the case?
Because I was not there.
Okay, and were you aware that someone handed the older male the gun?
Was I aware that someone handed the older male the gun? Yes.
And were you there to see who handed him the gun?
No.
I want to show what has already been admitted. The state's police officer. It is State 162 November, which is currently on the screen. In the bottom right hand of the screen, can you see who that person is?
Officer Hawkins.
Okay. And was that the individual who recovered the marijuana initially?
Yes.
And was that the same person who provided it to you to take it out?
Yes.
Was your statement about Cleveland Avenue being a high crime and gang area based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Thanks. No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Adams?
Yes, actually, I do have one or two questions.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, four.
One or two? 4 or 5, okay. We'll soon find out. Okay, all right, so, yeah, I'm gonna count them out for you.
All right. Let's choose carefully. The gun, right?
Yes.
You charge Quintavious Greer with being in possession of a stolen gun, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the information that you had though, right, was that he had gotten it, he took it away from the drunk guy who was waving it around, right?
That's what I believed at the time, yes.
Right, and the other information you had is that that drunk guy actually got the gun from the driver of the car, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't remember speaking to the off-duty officer who said that the driver is the one who came and gave the gun to the drunk guy. Drunk guy waves it around, and then the back passenger, Mr. Greer, got out of the car and took the gun from the drunk guy. You remember that's what she was told?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How about this then? You know that the drunk guy was waving the gun around before Quantavious Greer took it from him, right?
Yeah, I know somebody was waving it around.
Right. So he was in possession of a stolen gun when he's waving that stolen gun around, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he charged?
No. I don't know who he is.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to mischaracterization of evidence.
I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it.
Three people would touch in or be in possession of that stolen gun. Quantavious Greer, the only person arrested, right? If you know.
Repeat that question.
All right. Three people in possession of the gun. Driver, who gave it to the drunk guy, that's one. Drunk guy, who's waving around talking about, I'm gonna shoot y'all motherfuckers. And Quantavious Greer. Three people. I'm touching and being in possession of that stolen gun.
I was. Hold on, wait a second. What's it?
Your Honor, that is mischaracterization of the evidence and the testimony that's come out in this trial.
I think I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Brown.
You understand the question?
I understand the question. I wasn't there to see who had the weapon, who gave it to who. I just know that when I made contact with Mr. Greer, he had the firearm on him.
The undercover, the off-duty officer who was there, McKesey, was he still there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, so he's the one who called it in, right? He would know who was in possession of the gun.
Objection.
Right?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. But McKesey was there when you got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I got.
Anything further, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
One question, Your Honor. Was the fire?
Just one?
Yes, one, literally.
Okay, all right.
What was the status of the firearm that you recovered that evening from Mr. Greer's person?
That's asked and answered. I sustain the question. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, counsels. And we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Thomas.
You may, Your Honor.
Permanent? Okay, Officer Thomas, I'm going to permanently excuse your witness, release you back to your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony and anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown and Ms. Hilton, who's your next witness?
Sharon Latners, beginning Act 76.
Any issues as to her being filmed, madam?
No issue.
Okay, all right. Members of the media, you may resume filming the witness, consistent with the court's earlier direction.
The next ones after this will be the one we discussed this morning.
We'll take that up at that time. Ms. Landers? Good afternoon, madam. If you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Newman, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
How you doing? Fine. Jane? You swear from the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name for the course.
Sharon Latners, SHARON LATNERS.
And Ms. Latners, where are you?
City of Atlanta Communication 911 Center.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
33 years.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
I am custodian of records. I handle all ingoing, outgoing 911 call audios, dispatch audios. I handle all the subpoena cases and I handle all the court cases.
If you can, in that job responsibility, you also handle CAD reports.
Handle CAD reports.
What is a CAD report?
CAD report is computer aided dispatch. That's on the CAD report, the information that the caller gives to the 911 call taker, and also what the officer gives to the dispatchers.
And how is the information maintained on a CAD report?
It's maintained on our nice system in my office 24 hours.
And are the CAD reports maintained for each 911 call that comes in?
It all depends on the scenario of the call.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes you might get a 911 call, someone asks for direction. We would not create a CAD for that.
If it's any type of need or police response, would a CAD be created?
Yes.
And are the CAD reports kept in the regular ordinary course of business of the city of Atlanta 911 communication system?
Yes.
Now, what type of
Right? How long was the break supposed to be? I think he said like 15 minutes. I did see the camera. It went to the seal, the state seal of Georgia. Here, I think I'm gonna talk the Diddy lawsuit. I'm gonna tweet out something because that thread is kind of popping off right now. So I'm telling people to tune in now, and we'll talk about the Diddy lawsuit. This one is such a shorter lawsuit than the Cassie lawsuit, but you know it looks bad. I mean, the fact that she was underage, 17, it's the same people who same attorneys who, as Sarah was saying, are so experienced. It's the same attorneys who've gone after Harvey Weinstein, who've gone after Dominique Strauss-Kahn. I mean, I talked about this when they sued Cassie, just the fact that the New York Times sent out a breaking news alert about that Cassie lawsuit, you know, showed they understood the magnitude of it. And I was talking about the time that obviously, like, part of the reason the New York Times sending out a breaking news alert about that is because they know the law firm, and they know if the law firm is filing something like that, it's, you know, this is a serious case. And I think some people are right to make comparisons between the moment for Diddy and what a moment this is for Diddy compared to Harvey Weinstein. Like, if this is like a Harvey Weinstein moment for him. Here, I'm gonna bring up but yeah, it's kind of, you know, when I because I was kind of working on getting this out fast, but one thing I'm regretting is I say this time on behalf of a woman who's staying anonymous. Who cares if she's staying anonymous? I should have said that in the top tweet that, you know, this time on behalf of a woman who says he raped her when she was 17. That's way more important than the fact that she's staying anonymous. But, you know, you're just kind of working fast and pushing through stuff. But yeah, and somebody else on Blue Sky, because I'm on Blue Sky, or I'm trying to post on there more, and that's where kind of all the lawyers went after Twitter. And somebody was like, why is there a trigger? What do they think the judge is gonna? And it's like, it's kind of obviously for, you know, it's a publicity thing. But that's fine. It says this is now the 5th lawsuit filed against Mr. Combs in the last 3 weeks. Incredibly, the allegations brought by Ms. Doe are in many ways even more egregious than those brought by his prior victims. You know, a lot of like language in the lawsuits that's obviously geared toward the press and kind of maximizing press coverage, giving people press, you know, giving people quotable stuff. But it's from a lawsuit, or from a firm that, you know, backs up what they say, Doug Wigner's firm. And just the fact that Harvey Pierre and the third assailant, an anonymous person, Daddy's House Recordings, Bad Boy Entertainment, those are Diddy's business entities. So that ends up involving a lot more a lot more interest than just his own personal interest. I think I saw a lot of people and everybody just kind of blows stuff up for YouTube hits and acts like they have this kind of like secret information that nobody else knows about when they actually haven't even talked to anybody related to the case about what the settlement's about. But I know there's some speculation that, because Diddy's business interests are involved, that it's like insurance companies forcing this settlement. It's like they would be forcing like a Friday night settlement, like the way that happened. But it is important to consider that there are a lot more issues at play here. But then again, it's not like Bad Boy Entertainment is a publicly traded company, is it? No. Daddy's House Recordings, but neither's Daddy's House Recordings. But hopefully we're I think that and I talked about this with Cassie's lawsuit, what the steps are here. I mean, maybe we're going to see another lightning fast settlement, but chances are, if this goes through the process like the New York cases are, it's going to be a long process where we might not. We probably definitely won't hear anything this month, and we may see an answer to the complaint and a counter claim early next year in the Southern District of New York. I mean, just the fact that Doug Wigder's firm is continuing to sue Diddy, and shows that, the Cassie lawsuit, obviously, in the settlement, obviously did not really like resolve or end things there. And Diddy is still definitely in a posture of fighting this, but we'll see how that holds up, and if we hear anything in the next month about any kind of settlement, because right now this is obviously everywhere, and it's not like if he was trying to stave off any bad publicity from the Cassie lawsuit. I mean, he already had those two other lawsuits that are filed in New York State court, so going after thinking that settling the Cassie lawsuit somehow prevented him from bad publicity. I don't think so. One thing, some people were asking why this is being filed after the deadline for. We heard so much about the New York Sexual Assault Survivors Act and how the deadline was like November 23rd, and we had that kind of like last minute flurry of lawsuits that were filed. So I actually emailed Doug Wigder and asked him about that. And of course, this is just a lawyer making an argument. And obviously, I think Diddy's team could do something to go after that. But here I say, he says, you can see here, he says the relevant law is New York City's Victim of Gender Motivated Violence Protection Law. This claim is timely pursuant to an amendment to that law that extends the statute of limitations on claims under the law to March 21st, 2025. So this is an example, probably an example of his good lawyering, where they're going to be trying to use that law to their advantage. And perhaps I'd have to do some research to see how often that's been used and whether there's been a lot of other lawsuits filed under that. Because I mean, the way he's saying it is that opened the floodgates for a lot of sexual assault lawsuits that would still be able to be filed under that. I mean, it seems like that is still definitely definitely keeps the door open for him, at least they say. But that could be a point of litigation that we see, just the fact that they're alleging they're filing it under that instead of the New York Sexual Assault Survivors Act. Here, let me pull up that email again. Yeah, the relevant law is New York City's Victim of Gender Motivated Violence Protection Law. The claim is timely pursuant to an amendment to that law that extends the statute of limitations on claims under the law to March 1st, 2025. So not as straightforward as just I was sexually assaulted. But I mean, gender motivated crime. I mean, it seems like sexual assault would definitely qualify. And it says that the law was created precisely to help sexual abuse victims. So, I mean, the idea that this could be like fought against very much, I don't think so. So that would be an interesting thing to explore with him. If if I was gonna write like a full article on that, I would maybe like at the Daily Journal, you'd be told to find some experts who can talk about that, and whether this is a new angle that he's taking, or if it's an old one. Let me see here. Oh wait, I got the Google alerts here. There. Yeah. Gosh, this stupid trial. Weren't they supposed to be done by then? They were. I think they were supposed to, because I think this morning Glanville said that they were going to be done by like 3:30 or so, or 3. It's like, well, that's what time it is in Atlanta right now, dude. What's going on? I think I'll just pass it over to that. Yeah.
going to call in juror 409 at this point in time, okay? All right, summon juror 409, please, for me. Juror 409, could you have come on to the first row? Guys, no, please be seated. And let's see if that microphone work that's right in front of, right, you see the middle? Right here? No, the one right there. I want you to just be able to sit down. Not that one. Are we sure? Okay, all right. Just continue. All right, is dead? Okay, madam, come on up to the witness stand then. This is so everybody can hear you. What?
We gotta turn it. We gotta turn the camera. It's that one up there.
Okay.
See if it's on, Tim.
It's on.
All right, juror 409, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I need to ask you just a couple of questions. Within the last, I would say, 30 minutes, you shared a video on your phone with Sergeant Ingram, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that particular video was of a journalist, what is his name, William McCray?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how did you come to look at this particular video?
When we were dismissed this last time, I saw myself on the camera above us here. And so I asked Sergeant Ingram, where else could we be seen on this camera, from this screen? And I asked if we could be seen in the viewing room. And then I remembered back in October of this year, seeing something scroll through on social media. This was before we were picked as jurors.
Okay.
And I remembered, and because I personally, I don't know him personally, but because I know of the history of this individual, Mr. McCray, I was concerned that information had been put out that might interfere with the trial. And so I brought it to his attention, Sergeant Ingram. And I said, I remember seeing that. So with the camera view, I wanted to know if the jurors could be seen in the viewing room. At that time, he asked me to get a screenshot of what I saw back in October. And so I scrolled through his page and found the screenshot. But in the process of finding the screenshot, I saw the video. Now, the way social media works now, you can see a video, but if you don't touch it, you won't hear it. And so I continued to scroll, but I mentioned to him that there's a video and it looks like he was live in the courtroom.
Was this earlier, like in October, or was it when did this video or live incident filmed by Mr. McCray occur?
It looks like it occurred when he was here this week. I saw him on yesterday, and I brought it to Sergeant Ingram's attention.
Okay, so your concern was that you might have seen yourself on a live feed.
Yes.
Okay. And you're attributing that to Mr. McCray?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Or concerned that any of us could have been on a live feed.
Did you show this video to any other jurors? Did you tell them anything about Mr. McCray or your concerns?
I mentioned it in the room, and of course they heard me talking to Sergeant Ingram.
Who is they? is that all of your fellow jurors, or was that, do you recall what jurors, used?
I can't, I don't know if everyone, and I can't say for certain which ones did hear. Just that I had a concern. No one has heard the video or seen any of it, anything from that individual's post.
Okay, this particular video by, that you're referring to, that was the one that's on your phone?
Yes, correct.
Would this video in any way affect your ability to listen to this case, apply the law that I'll give to you and your colleagues, and you to apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be, and render a decision that speaks the truth as to all parties?
Not at all.
All right. So your basic concern was that you thought that he might be filming in contravention of the court's order.
Correct.
All right. And how do you know him from, or what caused your concern to raise this to Sergeant Ingram?
I know the history that follows this gentleman.
Okay, and without getting into that, and that's what made you concerned?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, Juror 409, I'm going to ask you to step back into your headquarters. Don't discuss anything about what we have discussed out here with your fellow jurors, and I may call you back out, or I may talk with you in just a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll please be seated. Let me talk to a representative or two from the defense and the state, please. Stop breathing.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear.
Can't hear you. I'm out of breathing hard.
Everyone else can?
Yes.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, I can't hear things.
The inquiry is sufficient for the state.
She said that. She ever said that in court?
I don't know who is speaking. I can't even. Is that Ms. Westbrook? Yes. I'm trying to.
Can't hear you. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, man. He's outside talking to the lieutenant.
All right, Sergeant Brown, let me go ahead and ask you to bring out, ask juror number 39, 39, please, to come out and visit with us.
39. Juror 39.
Hey, juror 39, can you come on up here and have a seat at the witness chair for me, please?
The first chair?
Yeah, oh, you all can be seated. Please be seated, everybody. All right. No, come over here.
Right.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, cameras off, and we just need to ask you a question, okay?
Sure.
All right. Madam, did you overhear juror 409, it's one of the, I think the ladies that sits in the front row, talk about the media in any way?
No.
Okay, thank you much. That's all I need to ask you, okay?
Okay.
All right, you seem disappointed. All right, but okay. All right, just, madam, don't tell anybody else what I asked you, okay? Just go back in there and I'll call for you in just a little bit, okay? All right, thank you so much. Number 56, please, sir.
Nobody on, Your Honor? Nothing?
No pictures.
Right there.
No, I'm,
Yeah, I see.
okay, all right. All right, jury number 56. I've called you back out here to talk about the lunch issue. No, I'm just teasing you. All right, okay. Juror 56, did you, I just need to ask you a question, in all seriousness. Did you know Juror 409 is sitting in the front row over there?
I know of, yes.
Okay, did you ever hear talk anything about the media?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, just don't discuss anything we just talked about, okay?
Okay.
And we'll call you back out in just a minute.
Okay, all right.
All right, jury number 71, please.
71. Juror 71?
Yeah, juror 71, can you sit up here, please, sir? Up here, the witness stand? Witness stand, yeah.
right here.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, juror 71, just need to ask a couple of questions. Do you know who juror 409 is that sits in the front row over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you overhear her talk anything about the media?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you, okay? Don't discuss anything we talked about, and I'll call you back out in just a minute, okay? All right, juror 98, please.
Juror, what number?
98, sir.
98.
Thank you, sir. Juror 98, madam, can I get you to have a seat up here in the witness chair? Up here? All right, thank you so much. Juror 98, do you know who juror 409 is that sits in the front row over there?
409. I don't know by name, but no.
Female juror, you know her? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, got to answer for the record. Okay, all right. Madam, did you overhear her talk anything about the media?
The media, no.
Okay, that's all.
Seal in more nutrients, vitamins, and flavor with the dual steam power of the new.
Call you back out in just a little bit, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you so much. 179, please, start name.
179.
Madam, can I get you to have a seat up here, please? Thank you so much. All right, juror 179, madam, do you know who juror 409 is, the lady that sits in the front row? Do you know her?
Are you referring to the lady?
Don't say her name, but do you know who she is?
I'm trying to think. Is she the one you excused?
I'm sorry?
Is she the one you excused?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing. Oh, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well, no, I don't
No,
know.
ma'am, that's juror 269.
Okay.
Okay? But do you know who juror 409 is?
No.
She sits in the front row?
No.
Okay. Did you overhear anything about talk about the media?
No.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you. Just don't discuss anything. I just asked you, and you can step in the back. I'll call you back in just a little bit, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. All right. 187, please, signing.
187?
Yes, sir.
187. is in this room.
Okay. All right, we'll skip 187. How about 204, sir?
204.
Yes, sir. juror 204. Madam, do you know who juror 409 is that sits in the front row?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Did you overhear any conversation about the media?
No.
Okay, that's all I need to ask you. So don't discuss anything we talked about. We'll call you in just a little bit, okay? Say again? It's yeah, 187, yes, sir. Okay, great, thank you.
That's what you want?
Yes, that's fine, yes.
187.
All right, Juror 187, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair, please, me. All right, Juror 187, madam, do you know who Juror 409 is that sits in the front row?
No, I don't.
Okay, lady sits right in that last chair over here.
Hmm.
Do you know her? No, like when we're coming in, jurors sit usually in their seats they've claimed.
No.
Okay, did you ever hear any discussion about the media? No? Okay, that's all I need to ask you.
Okay.
Step back in your headquarters, don't discuss anything we talked about. I'll call you back out in just a minute, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you so much. 204, sorry, number? I should say 213, please.
213.
Thank you. 213? Yes. Juror 213, come on up and have a seat in the witness chair, please. All right, Juror 213, just a couple of questions. Do you happen to know who Juror 409 is that sits in the front row? Very last chair over there to your, as you're facing the jury box, your left?
49?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear any discussion about the media?
Okay, just for planning purposes tomorrow, for all council, I think that it would be conceivable that we just plan on finishing Officer Henry, because that's about all the time we'll have in the morning because the court's got some other unrelated business, and I told you all I would be concluding around the noontime hour. So I think it'll probably just be that. So you can kind of figure out for Friday, we'll have a half day that starts at 1 o'clock, and we'll go to, about 5 o'clock. All right? Okay. You can hold your ministerial inquiries or anything like that. I'll go ahead and call our jurors out. We'll dismiss them. I'll dismiss them formally for the evening, and then we can, if there's anything else we need to cover, I'll do so at that point in time. Okay? And I'll tell our jurors to probably report tomorrow morning. I'm going to tell them to report in about 1000 hours, for 1000 hours. We'll get started somewhere between 10 and 10:30, and then we'll finish with Officer Henry, and I think that'll be our day tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Any further inquiry at this point in time? Okay, but you can re-inquire once we're finished. All right, can you call for our jurors, Sergeant Ingram, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury. Since it is almost the witching hour, time for you to leave for the day, I think it might be a good stopping point at this point in time. So we'll resume with the examining of our witness tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to report for 1000 hours, and then we'll get started sometime between 10 and 10:30. It's going to be a very short work day. Once we complete the examination of that particular witness, we'll conclude for the day. You'll get the afternoon to, as I promised earlier, to take care of any other appointments or any things you need to do. And then Friday, it was the court's intention for you to have the morning off and for you to report for 12:30 so we can start at 1 o'clock. So that's our next couple of days worth of work and instructions, okay? I remind you of your constant and all following ad nauseam admonitions, okay? Remember, do not discuss the matter amongst yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss it in your presence. If anybody tries to contact you, send you a note, anything such as that, I would need to know about that. It's very, very important that you only consider what is presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You're not authorized to consider anything else that would be from any outside sources, such as the news media or any of third parties or anything that would be inconsistent with the court's earlier directives to you. And remember, you're not supposed to go out and visit the scenes or any of the addresses that have been depicted or you've learned at this point in time. Don't take your notepads home, leave them in your basket. Take your juror sticker for tomorrow morning and just put it back on when you come back inside the courthouse tomorrow morning for your arrival at 1000 hours. I'm going to go ahead and just ask you. Remember I told you that I recommend all of you come off of social media? Remember? Okay. I'm going to ask that you come off of any apps you have, like such as Facebook or Instagram or something such as news feeds that you may get for a couple things. One, they have algorithms in it that pick up whatever it is, the location you're in, and the temptation is just really great, and I don't want you to be exposed to anything inadvertently. Okay, so I would ask that you do that. And you probably ask, well, I need to at least keep up with what's going on. Do that when you get home, but I would ask that that if you came off of the media apps or social media, you won't have that issue to deal with. There won't be anything that pops up on your feed or anything that may cause you to come in contact with anybody or any third party that is broadcasting about this trial. That is my concern for all of you, is I know that all of you are going to follow my directives and not listening to this case, but it's just too much a temptation for people to kind of like, oh, let me just recap of the case today on the AJC or 11 Live or or Channel 2 or 46. I'm asking that you all just do that. Any apps, any news feeds, anything, come off of those. And remember, just be zealous about whenever you're watching any particular news, that you be mindful of the court's admonitions, okay? Because the other apps are like Instagram or Facebook, because, like I said, they have algorithms that ordinarily are tied, a lot of them to zip code and place. So that's why if you come off of them or sign out of them, then you won't have that issue when you check your phone or anything else, or you're going to that. I know it may seem a lot, but it's that important. Okay, because we do not want you to be exposed to any third-party sources of information. Because remember, the only thing you can consider is what's lawfully presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You can't consider any outside sources. And remember, it would be a violation for you to talk amongst yourselves about anything else that you might have been heard or exposed to. And remember, I told you, that's how most people tell on themselves in terms of, well, hey, this is what I heard on such and such and such and such. So it's just, don't give yourself a temptation. So I'm going to ask that you do that, okay? So I know it seems like a lot, but please go ahead and do that. It'll a further measure to make sure that we are having a fair trial, lawful trial, just trial as to all sides, okay? All right. What ministerial inquiry do you have of me, any members of our jury, other than whether I'm going to feed you? I'm working on it, okay? All right. Okay, anything else? Anybody have any questions of me? Say again? Not today. Okay, all right. Are you running? There's always tomorrow, right? Okay. Are all of you okay with notepads? Anybody need some new notepad or anything like that? You about to run out? Okay, let me know. I know a lady. We got plenty of them. Okay, so just remember that, or any writing utensils or anything such as that. Please let us know. Are your headquarters sufficient? You still good with that? Okay, all right. Anything else that you want to complain about? Okay, I don't know if I can do anything about it anyways, but I'll give you that form. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience, and thank you for the patience that you've given us and you're going to continue to give us. I can't underscore that enough to you. So unless you have any other questions of me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow at 1000 hours for anticipated 10 to 10:30 start time, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. Okay, counsels, before you leave for the day, can I get somebody from your table to bring up these particular devices, the listening devices, as they have to be charged every night? So if you can come up and give them to Mr. Combs as you police up your items for the end of the day, that would be most appreciated by the court. Okay, any questions of me? All right. So tomorrow we will just finish the test, Mr. Schardt. This is just for you, okay? Tomorrow we are going to finish the testimony of Officer Henry. That's it. No other witnesses will be called. What are your questions, sir?
This was more than asked me to ask.
Oh, you're such a. Oh, that's low down, man. That is low down. What is he asking? 10 just make sure you're in pocket by 10. Please make sure you're in pocket by 10 hours, 10 o'clock, and we'll get started between 10 and 10:30. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, no problem. Mr. Steele, anything, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, and I'll have a question. Your Honor, the court granted particular review. I believe that the denial that you entered on the 27th day of November 2023 to the plea and bar general and your motion to dismiss, failure to assert essential elements is directly appealable, but just in an abundance of caution, Your Honor, the court also grants a certificate of review.
No. I would not. I only want to try the case once if I can help it. If you have a direct appeal, then I can't stop you from doing that, but I'm not going to grant a discretionary certificate with all due respect to you, sir, okay? Okay. All right, anything else?
No.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any other inquiry or question of the court? Okay, unless there's anything else, then if you all could please give me your listening device, the receiver or the listening devices before you go. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 hours, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Okay, there you have it. That whole telling jurors they just can't be on social media for the duration of the trial. Like, what? I mean, do they actually think jurors are going to comply with that? I mean, so many people are just so addicted to social media, and like that seems totally unfair. I thought that he revealed in that he doesn't know what algorithms are. He like thinks algorithms can like read their mind or something, and maybe they actually can. But yeah, so what a shit show. And I loved how he was just like, all right, we're only doing one witness tomorrow. It's like, okay, we know you're not actually going to like, you know, make them do more than one. But gosh, I just I feel like this trial is just like, we're gonna see the worst is yet to come for sure. But thank you all for tuning in so much. And I am going to go through and index this all. So if you know people who want to catch up on things, hopefully I'm going to have everything indexed so you can kind of avoid the downtime in the recording. But there's a lot going on today, so stay tuned, and I'll set up the feed for tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much.